Bump, bump, go heavy, go. Bump, bump, go heavy, go. Hi. Sorry. I know it's late. I know you're weary. What's up? Saturday, Chaturday. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. I gotta put my filter on for my voice. Who's ever heard of anything like that? A fucking filter for your voice? Like, that's fucking weird. Just fucking get over it, Swiss. Get over it. You don't show your face, and I do. So, you could pick it apart all you want, but until you're showing your face and your teeth, and we all know that your voice is fucking annoying as hell. You basically just look like some jealous bitch. Same with Munchie. And absolutely the same with fucking Centurivacon. Like, shut the fuck up. Jealous bitches. Poor Munchie has to sit there and fucking brag about how much they pay for whatever the fuck they pay for. But obviously it doesn't work because they don't cam up and they still use my face for their avatar, but they gotta try to ugly it up. But come on now, be for real. God only knows what you must look like. You fucking freak. The attic isn't giving her any color. Well, first of all, weirdo, it's winter. And second of all, weirdo, I'm not like you. I don't pay for fucking uh, sun tanning and butt lifts and Botox because I'm ugly as hell like yourself. Right? You're a dumb bitch. Like, ooh, she's counting out hundreds so she can go get her shit done that she never shows because obviously it's a bad job. Cornball. My teeth look like they could do damage, Swiss. Come on, camera. Show us your teeth. I mean, come on. I'm willing to bet your friend Janelle and Courtney both look better than you. I'm willing to bet. You're like fucking. I mean, yeah. Hi, Ellen. Yes, I did just start. Oh, I hope it's not too devastating or tragic or anything, Ellen. I hope it's just stuff and not devastating for you. I was just laughing at Swiss because I put up some shorts tonight that because I was at my friend Dolly's engagement party. And so I put up a couple of shorts and of course Munchie's got to share it and say something and then Swiss is like, "Oh, that's a okay, I will." Well, you're a warrior, Ellen. You will definitely get through it. You got God on your side. She's like, that's a filtered voice. And that's a filter she's using. And those teeth could do damage to some guy. Like, Swiss, first of all, a filtered voice. Why the fuck would I filter my voice? And I don't even know how to use filters. Like for face or voice or whatever. I mean, like, I don't even know how to use filters. My teeth could do some damage to a guy. Really? Like, that's so fucking weird coming from people like Munchie and Swiss and Centura Vacan that don't show their faces. My teeth are actually, well, yeah, but I don't even know what that, like, I would never bite somebody's sausage. Like, the bitch doesn't even show her teeth, and they're pretty, my teeth are pretty white, and they're not horse teeth or anything. I mean, they're not perfect, but I'm not missing any teeth. They're all my teeth. I'd rather bite them on like their shoulder or somewhere, like, you know, their neck or something like that. I want to bite their, you know what I mean? Their pee. It just seems, I don't know. I wouldn't want to be bit either. So there, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't know what Swiss is thinking. The bitch don't even show her face. Like, she's convinced I'm using a filter on my face and my voice. And it's like, bitch, you're just pissed that at almost 57, I look better than her. You know? Like, that's, she's just pissed at that. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean or nothing. I'm not trying to be any kind of way, but I mean, I don't know. I'm not like, you know, conceited or nothing, but obviously I'm not insecure either. It's like Wes is like, Matthew is hungry for a little attention from Swissy. A little attention from you? Yeah. Okay, Swiss. Whatever you say, weirdo. Coffee and orange juice, huh? Smoking rollies. I remember when I moved to England, I used to think they were rolling joints all the time, but they were rolling their own cigarettes, you know? And I know they're so corny. Munchie like immediately shares my video. You're looking a little pale there. It's fucking winter, first of all, bitch. Second of all, you're looking a little like me there. Like, Bitch, when are you gonna show your face, Munchie? Because you sure put out a lot of money to pretend that you're a certain kind of way, you know? Why? What's going on? Is it something to do with your health? Anything that RSO oil would help? I'm sorry to hear that, but I feel like that that you're in God's favor. I mean, I do. I think that you're surrounded by warriors, that you are a warrior, and that, you're in God's favor. And oh, well, definitely look into RSO oil because, yeah, I mean, definitely do because, I believe with all my heart that the endocannabinoid system is the key to recovery from anything and everything, in my opinion. And I'm not saying that because like because you don't smoke RSO oil. It's not about the um well, and that's it is actually common, Ellen, and but I mean, really, with all my heart, I say that I believe that the endocannabinoid system is an amazing thing. It's truly, truly an amazing thing, and the fact that they didn't even know it existed until they started, doing things with cannabis, um, testing these things with cannabis. They didn't even know that the endocannabinoid system existed. They thought that the central nervous system was the most predominant thing in the body, and it isn't. The endocannabinoid system is God's God's way to heal you, in my opinion. I'm not giving medical advice. I think that everything that happens in life has something to do with a supreme being. And sometimes it has to do with people who are not so supreme. And I think that God appreciates his warriors. I don't think God can, be fooled by people who, think, oh, we can act the way we want, and then, as long as, on our moment of, you know, judgment, our last breath or whatever, we do this and ask for forgiveness. I don't think that I for sure, I'm pretty certain God says, nah, 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 nah. No, it's this battery going off outside in the hallway one. Like, I said something to him the other day. I said, "Can you, replace that?" And apparently he didn't. I mean, you know? It's funny how, I used to think the landlord before was too, attentive to things, and now I'm thinking, "Oh, I kinda miss that guy." You know what I mean? I'd say you gotta get your mind into the thought process that you gotta get the you want me to look it up right now about the RSO oil and the effects of it on the what is it? How do you say it? Col colorectal cancer. Colorectal cancer. You want me to? Because I don't want you to just put that thought aside of it, and because I believe that God has given people the realizes what though? I mean, if he believes that, you're gonna be good and you keep thinking that you're not gonna be good, you can't do that. You can't do that. You know what I mean? That's not something you can do. You can't just pack it in and give it up. I know that it feels like that because, that's how cancer makes you feel, But if you give up, then what's he got? I mean, you're his everything, you're his world. You can't give up like that. But did you research that? And my show is just here. I don't have anything scheduled as my show. So, I mean, the fact that you're here and I haven't seen you for a bit or talked to you, it might be a reason for it. You know what I mean? Might be a reason that you're here. Because, no, no, no. Have you really typed in RSO oil and colorectal cancer? Hi, crime scene, Louie. I mean, because you can't be giving up, girl. It don't go that way. Well, we're gonna look it up. We're gonna find out. Mm. My last show is playing in the background, crime scene, Louie. I'm looking it up. They're talking about something called dostarlimab. Uh, Cannabinoids eliminates colon cancer cell growth. I'm just reading it. This is not medical advice. We're just researching. This is colorectal cancer. Two promising studies have found that certain cannabinoids can eliminate the growth of harmful colorectal cancer in humans. How much does it cost there? Hmm. See how it says THC was not able to be included in the research group in either study due to regulations that don't allow certain scientists to study it. Huh. Well, that's crazy. It said there's a product called Canna Botech Integrative Colon. See, but I'm feeling like they need to use in my opinion. It is. Have you applied for disability? Not you, crime scene Louie. I was talking about Ellen. Do you need it? Oh, crime scene Louie. We're gonna find out. See, I feel like the whole cannabis oil really is amazing in my opinion. Uh, See, it says, in addition to cancer, RSO is said to also treat multiple sclerosis, arthritis, asthma, infections, inflammation, high blood pressure, depression, insomnia. Now, see, they were doing studies on this since 1975. Oh, Swiss's, something's squishy fat or something. I don't know. Because there's been a good amount of research involving cell samples since 1975. Um, no, don't get an attorney. I wouldn't get an attorney. I'd just tell them absolutely not. um, Tell them no. That's your money, and you never wanted to apply for it for this particular reason ever. And it's, it's bad enough that you have to apply for it, but you'll be damned if they're going to sit there and hold back on, money that you have contributed to that under the pretense that when you needed it, you would have it. And I have to think, like, the fact that people always tell people, "Oh, get an attorney, get an attorney, get an attorney." I gotta wonder, what's the gig? Is there like some kind of thing going on there where you know they get? No, 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 no. Why would an attorney be able to get it for you, but you can't get it for you? You know what I'm saying? No, 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 no. You say no, absolutely not. So the last thing you ever wanted to do was have to apply for something that, even though it's your money, you put it in there, you never wanted to have to use it for this particular reason. And they're not going to tell you no. So are you working or you're not working? Yeah, you're still available to work. So what are they waiting for? Like, oh, and then you die and then you're not available to work, and in the meantime, you've fucking, the contribution that you've made, to just no. You tell them no. You say no. That's not how it goes. They're telling you they can't do anything for it. Do you mind me asking you what stage? Did they say what stage? Is there, I can't even, is there a social worker at the hospital that they will absolutely continue to say, you say, just tell them no. You say, no, that's not how it goes. That's not how it is. They didn't ask you. Well, but is he going to do that? Because the thing is that, they've got attorneys, on hand. And if you don't have the money to, uh, if he's not willing to, and he doesn't have the money to fight those attorneys for as long as they may go on and on, um, is he willing to do it pro bono? I mean, like, like, third party contingency is what, trying to get disability and they're telling you no? You tell them no. Say no. They weren't at the mercy of, you saying no, you can't take that money out of my check. They didn't have to ask you if they could take the money out under the pretense of when you needed it, that's when it's going to be there. Now they're trying to say to you, yeah, but you're not sick enough, or you're just not dead enough, or, you know, you have to say to them, no, no, that's not how it goes. You have to say, that's not how it's going to be. That's not how it's going to be. It's bad enough that, you have to not be working to even file for the disability, which you're going to which you have to wait for and fight for. Where in the meantime, they would want you to, uh, but those NFL players, they have money saved up, and they went into that, what they went into knowing they would get hurt possibly, where what you have is you're your own best advocate. You tell them, no, no, that's not how it goes. You say that's not how it goes. So what are the doctors saying to you? So what did the doctors say? Like, they're telling you, oh, no hope. Is that what they said? Are they telling you what their treatment's going to be? But what is the doctor that you're seeing telling you? s- so there, what is the treatment though that they're saying? Like, is there any treatment that they're suggesting? But what's the treatment that they're saying they're gonna give you? Are they talking about chemotherapy? Are they talking about radiation? What's their treatment plan? What's their treatment plan, though? Like, what are they saying? Chemotherapy, radiation? Right, Ellen, but what's their treatment plan? Like, have they given you a PET scan? Do they have any treatment? Are they giving you any kind of anything? Like, there must be. Right, but what I'm asking is the treatment plan. What's the treatment plan? Because that's important about, uh, you know, to justify when you're saying to disability, in my opinion, as to, why you can't work. I mean, is there like chemotherapy for that, or is, I believe, radiation, right, or anything like that? Well, that's what they had tried to say to me, that you know, I may not be able to do the job I did before, but I could get another job. And that was during COVID. So, here I was going through chemotherapy, and then it would be surgery, and then it would be 35 treatments, radiation. And, you know, and during that time, all your immune system is low. So you don't really want to be around people and stuff because your immune system is low. And where is going to hire you when you would lose your no, everyone else can't get it in a heartbeat. They can't get it in a heartbeat. That's the thing, Ellen. And the most common advice is to get an attorney, and then suddenly your attorney could get it, and then you gotta pay, and then he gets paid. I mean, like, what's the gig with that? That should, if the attorney can get it, then why wouldn't you be able to get it without having to pay that attorney? What are they, like, giving them the kickback on it or something? No, Why the fuck should you have to pay somebody for your own your own money? Like, it's not like, mm, yeah, when they were like, to me saying that shit, I was like, no, 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 no. I said, no, 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 absolutely not. That's not how it works. I'm not getting an attorney. I'm telling you that you've been taking that money from my check since I was 15. And if you think for 1 minute I ever wanted to have to, have cancer and be asking for it, you're absolutely wrong. Not you guys. I'm saying that's what I said to them. I said, but no, you're not going to say, no, you're not going to say, oh, I'm not, you know. Then Ellen, if you want, we could do a three-way call with them and, you can give them the permission, tell them the permission. You say, uh-uh. That you just say, no, that's my money. That's my money. I don't want cancer. And, but unfortunately, this is the way it is. And no, uh-uh. What are you going through, Crime Scene Louie? What is your disability? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not feeling sorry for you. I just want you to tell them absolutely not. That's not the way it's going to be. Like, really stand your ground on that. Say, no, 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 no. They took the money without asking you. And now, when you're asking them for your own money because of something that you don't even want, they're not going to tell you no. You've really got to be like adamant that no, you're not getting an attorney, and no, they're not going to tell you that you're not dead enough, or they're not going to wait till you die and then get to keep the fucking money. Fuck that shit. Uh-uh. That's a no go on that. Just be adamant that no, abso-fucking-lutely not. So within 3 months, they've denied you 3 times for disability already? Without even knowing what the treatment plan is and everything? I really think a lot of it really has to do with this. I'm sorry to say this, but this person that's in office that is now leaving every department in the country up in arms, like they don't even know what's going on. And I watched a show last night. It was called Retribution, and it was made 6 months ago. And these were real politicians that some were for him, some were against him. A lot of them worked for him at some point, and They were like, you know, this whole I think this second time around, the reason why what's been going on and he seems to be succeeding in what he's doing is because that Heritage Foundation, which is all, you know, very rich people, had put together they knew that he has no compassion and his main drive is, you know, money. So, and retribution. I think he's all out for revenge, not caring about the country, putting us in danger consistently, and it's fucked. I mean, we're very vulnerable, in my opinion, and very vulnerable. But because of that Heritage Foundation and the whole plan, you know, of the Project 2025, they already knew that they were gonna win because they couldn't afford to lose because 'cause they're just gonna get rich. They don't care. This is not a a government that cares or anything like that, in my opinion. This is all my humble opinion. Do you mean, like, in political sense, or are you speaking to in medical kind of sense? Or this guy is off the chain, and there's so many people that have money involved that we could be in a real and you know what? I was thinking as I was watching some things last night, I feel like when people get so rich that they don't really have, you know, they're just looking for the next excitement, you know? It I feel like you know how they say America's got this um, book of secrets and things like that? If you watch, like, you know, the History Channel, and I feel like that, this guy, Elon, and this is my opinion, he sits there and he watches, you know, the History Channel and shit, and, um, there's certain things like the Magna Carta is a card Car Magna Carta? Is that it? There's certain things that he wants to see. Um, he wants for himself to have, and if he can get in, like, you know, in the like, Fort Knox, um, just to see what's inside there. It just amazed me. I watched the show last night, oh, don't say that. Don't say the last days that you have that. You can't feel like that. You have to feel like a warrior, like you're gonna kick ass like you have your whole life. You've kicked ass. Um, they hadn't had people looking in to see if the gold was really in Fort Knox. And what kind of really got me when I was like doing some research last night was that Roosevelt, not Teddy, Franklin, FDR, in 1933, right when, World War II was just kicking off over there in Germany. Um, yes, I will definitely, if you want to speak on the phone, and I will definitely help you because, to be honest with you, that's my forte is dealing with those kind of things. I do love, bartending and stuff in life, but I also was really good at dealing with medical things. And if we make a three-way phone call and you give them, permission for me to speak for you, then yeah, no, because no, my favorite phrase is "abso-fucking-lutely not" when it comes to that shit. Abso-fucking-lutely not. No, 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 not like that. It's a serious thing. I'm seeing Louis that they do. And it's not going to get any better with this guy in office, and that's a fact. People I know like that voted for him, and they voted against their own economic and personal interests, in my opinion. Um, I think the only people that really, really love him is people. I don't even think that the people who feel like they have money now down the road, they're gonna understand that their money is nothing to what the people who have all the money. And I found it really interesting that in 1933, right, like after the Depression was going on there, and FDR took over, what he decided to do to pull people out of, to pull the country out of depression was say nobody could own gold anymore. No one could own gold. So people were forced to hand over their gold, and it didn't matter what it was, gold coins, their jewelry, gold, all the gold. They could not own it anymore. And if you wouldn't turn it over, then you were, against the law. And so what they did was they gave them $20 an ounce for gold. It's up to $2,000 an ounce nowadays. Over 2,000. But I found it interesting that no checks and balances were done at Fort Knox. Only one back in like the 70s because the people were demanding it. That this all this gold was really there. And as it turns out, there was a lot of other stuff in Fort Knox. You know, all kinds of different stuff that, in my opinion, if someone with, now that they've got this power, that they got that guy to resign from the Department of Treasury. the head of it, because Elon Musk wanted to see everything. He wanted access to everything. And the guy asked him, well, why? Why do you want that? And then he was told, well, you either resign or get fired. So he resigned. I happen to feel like the American people would have stood right behind the guy if he said, no, fuck that shit. Because it's really not Elon's money. This isn't Elon's money to fuck around with. He hasn't been vetted. He doesn't have any credentials. There's too much at stake, even breaking down the FBI, there's too much at stake for the security and the safety of the world, in my opinion. So I don't know if you guys, you asked me to change the subject, so I am. I'm sorry. If so disclaimer, I do not own all of the audio contained within this video, but I am using it within the Fair Act guidelines. It's been altered in speed.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras?
It's being used for commentary, entertainment, educational purposes only. And I found it really interesting myself. So this is not on it. There's just too much at stake for this, so for him to get in there and have access. I just think that they really needed to
one of the most secure,
have checks and balances on this as well, but who knows what's even really in there anymore. So this is about Fort Knox. So I don't know if you guys are interested in it, but I found it interesting.
structures in the world. It safeguards the vast wealth of the United States, and its name is synonymous with one of the most precious commodities in the history of the world, gold. But behind this building's stone exterior are secrets. Secrets so outrageous.
See, it wouldn't surprise me if Elon didn't watch these things and be like, I want to know. I want to see this, that, and the other thing. And just because he's just like, done everything and has the money to do everything. And now he's just thinking of it as some big fucking game, in my opinion. But
is there any gold in Fort Knox? We just don't know.
Is there any gold in Fort Knox? We just don't know. That's so upsetting, like.
Controversial.
In my opinion, there's no such thing as an impregnable vault.
So potentially dangerous.
You cannot get answers because the secret history would explode the market.
That they must
see. So if he's sitting there going, I gotta know.
Be kept hidden from the public.
If I tell you about Fort Knox, it's going to blow your socks off.
There are those who believe in the existence of a book. A book that contains the most highly guarded secrets of the United States of America.
Now, if he's like, I want to see that book. Like, even if there is no book. But he just sits around and he watches shows like this and says, I gotta know.
Whose very existence is known to only a select few. But if such a book exists, What would it contain?
And what select few?
Secret histories? Secret plans? Secret lies? Does there really exist America?
I bet he wants to know. And he's got the money and the power now, it appears, to find out. So now, we've got the guy who's in charge of all that, who retires. So,
Of secrets. July 2007, major banking institutions across America announced a series of financial setbacks. It is the first public indication of an economic crisis.
keep in mind that's
One that will hurl the United States and Europe into the worst financial recession since the 1930s. Over the next 4 years, the price of gold skyrockets to nearly $2,000 an ounce. It's
nearly $2,000 an ounce.
highest price in recorded history. Gold's unprecedented value draws attention to the U.S. government's secret holdings of the precious metal.
For far too long, the United States government has been less than transparent in releasing information relating to its gold holdings. Not surprisingly,
Now that's fucked up. And this is probably something that a lot of people don't think about. But when I was watching this last night, I was like, wow, that's really incredible. Because they've been less than transparent about their gold holdings. And how it originally got there was they basically took it from people for $20 an ounce.
this secrecy has given rise to a number of theories about the gold at Fort Knox, and the government owes it to the people to provide them with the details of these holdings.
America's gold reserves are held in 4 U.S. mint depositories: Denver, West Point, New York's Federal Reserve, and the largest, Fort Knox.
Now, just imagine who will have access to that now. Probably some of the most greediest people in the world, in my opinion. Just my opinion.
And extent of these reserves are as secret as they are secure.
You are more likely to obtain from the United States government the blueprints for the construction of a nuclear weapon than you are to obtain any accurate, detailed accounting of the disposition of the United States gold reserve and the gold reserve of other Western nations.
Only a presidential
Ain't that some shit?
order can open the Fort Knox vault, and no audit of the contents of the vault has been conducted since 1953.
Isn't that some shit? No audit of it.
Certainly, there is evidence that the government is hiding something.
By law, the U.S. Treasury operates under the direct orders and supervision of the president. And not only does the Treasury print money, collect taxes, and enforce trade agreements, it also oversees America's most precious commodity, its gold.
Militaries will pack their pilot survival kits with gold coins, not with paper.
Did you guys know that? I don't know. I know that some of the things I find interesting, others don't, but I don't know. Doing commentary on this community is run its course, I believe. We started locally, we're thinking globally.
Currency, because gold is the universal money, and its value determines the value of government currencies. Gold's value also profoundly influences interest rates and the price of government bonds. This is the primary reason why governments have always tried to control the price of gold. gold price is a determinant of the value of all capital, labor, goods, and services in the world. There is nothing else.
The origin of America's gold reserves dates back to 1933.
This I thought was, this really blew me away right here.
When President Franklin Delano Roosevelt outlawed the private ownership of gold by U.S. citizens in an effort to jumpstart the economy during the Great Depression.
In 1933, America nationalized its gold. In essence, it stole it from the American people.
Roosevelt.
In essence, it stole it from the American people. That's some shit right there.
Realized that the only way in order to bring the country out of that depression was for the federal government to control the money.
Under the watchful eye of federal marshals, citizens were required to turn in their gold coins, bullion, and even gold paper certificates at the then current exchange rate of $20.67 per troy ounce.
Ain't that some shit? Now it's over $2,000 an ounce. Ain't that some shit?
Failure to comply was punishable by heavy fines and up to 10 years in prison. Almost overnight, U.S. gold reserves swelled to 5,000 tons, melted into 368,000 uniform bars, each weighing 27.5 pounds.
That is insane. That they forced people 10 years in jail, or give us, what you've been holding on to, and maybe, gold coins that you've saved throughout. What the fuck?
One year later, Roosevelt raised the new fixed price for U.S. gold to $35 an ounce.
Once he acquired all the gold in the country, he doubled its value. You could do that when you own it all.
So then he could sell it then too and get double what was they, with no checks and balances there.
The difference is the government had the profit, not the individual people. And that was the way that the New Deal attempted to jumpstart the economy.
That's some fucking shit right there. And he was the last one who did 3 terms of president. Of course they left it, wanted to leave him in there. Fucker was crooked.
In less than 24 months, Franklin Roosevelt had consolidated the single greatest concentration of wealth in modern history. And to store it, he constructed the country's strongest fortress, Fort Knox.
In the 1930s, we were concerned about
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras? Well, we're kind of high level.
fascinating rumblings of war in Europe. And the federal government was concerned about our gold being stored in New York and Philadelphia, which are both coastal locations and subject to attack. Roosevelt decided to build a vault to put the gold in, and it had to be a reasonable distance away from the
And I'll bet you any money there's tunnels under there.
Atlantic coast.
Not only was Roosevelt's choice of location far from the ocean, it stood adjacent to the Fort Knox military base. And while the depository remains under the sole control of the U.S. Treasury, the Army's 10,000 soldiers and M1 tanks still provide a clear deterrent to anyone with designs on America's gold.
Now keep in mind that the head of the U.S. Treasury just had to resign. Because Elon wanted him to, so.
Military unit at Fort Knox is at all times responsible if any attack was made on the gold vaults.
Secret guards, a top-secret vault, and a wall of silence surrounding the true contents of Fort Knox have led some to speculate that Roosevelt's choice of location might be linked to one of Kentucky's more colorful legends.
There's a
Can you guys still hear me? I don't know, because I don't know if you guys are. I know it's late. But
Story that the founding fathers actually thought during the revolutionary period that the United States Treasury needed to be hidden somewhere from the British. And Kentucky seemed to be a very likely place because it was still part of Virginia at that time.
George Washington would have realized that there was no
thank you for telling me. I appreciate that. I'm seeing them. Thank you.
fortification available during that time that you could safeguard such a treasury. But one thing that they did have was Kentucky, the wilderness of Kentucky, and caves in abundance.
Regional folklore has long held that the deep caves surrounding Fort Knox were an ideal place for pirates and others.
See, so I do believe that some way, if someone wanted to steal from it, they wouldn't have to. Well, but now, of course, it's right in our face. That's my opinion. But when you hear the other things that are there, is
to stash their precious valuables.
The pirate legends do get some credence because through the years, there have been pieces of gold and silver found in central Kentucky.
But could a cave like this really have served as the first gold depository of the United States? Some believe the answer is yes. And for proof, they point to a colonial Englishman named Jonathan Swift, a mysterious associate of General George Washington, who owned extensive land in Kentucky.
I thought this was an interesting show, so I'm just sharing it.
Swift may also have served as the model for one of the most famous pirates in literature.
When Robert Louis Stevenson wrote the famous Treasure Island, he knew about the legend of Jonathan Swift. And many people think that he actually did take that legend and create Long John Silver. If you look at the map that was drawn for the book, it looks like the United States of America. And then if you look where X marks the spot where the treasure is, it looked geographically where it would have been Kentucky.
Now, I really could just see somebody like who has just so much money becoming enthralled with these, like these stories and wanting to know.
Using maps and letters of the era, author Robert Prather suggests that gold may have been smuggled in salt barrels to secret caves on tracts of land owned by Swift, land located only miles from the current gold depository.
I think it's a possibility that the gold vault was built where it is due to events of the late 18th century. The fact that Jonathan Swift owned this property, which was nearly in the backyard of the bullion depository, the fact that we're not allowed to know very much about the contents today perfectly demonstrate.
Now, that's not their money, though. That's the U.S. That's, the people's. It doesn't belong to one person, and I think that there's some big confusion going on there.
It's that secrecy has always been maximum when it comes to our national treasury.
Today, official Treasury records set the Fort Knox gold reserves at 147.3 million troy ounces, worth trillions of U.S. dollars.
Now, keep in mind that the guy who was in charge of the U.S. Treasury has just retired because of the most richest person in the world, allegedly, in my opinion, from what I've seen.
More gold than the entire reserves of China, Japan, Switzerland, Russia, and Saudi Arabia combined.
Welcome back to this U.S. Open office plan.
Now I gotta look for part 2. Hold on, you guys.
Antwerp, Belgium. February 2003. Thieves break into the vault at the Antwerp Diamond Center and escape with more than $100 million in gold, diamonds, and other precious items. According to authorities, the vault was impenetrable.
Hi, Rainbow.
Featuring the most.
I'm just doing some commentary on Fort Knox. I thought it was really interesting when they go into the other things that are there. So I'm sorry if it's not interesting to others, but I think it's interesting.
Most advanced high-tech security in the world. It is called the heist of the century, and even now, no one is certain how it was done. But if such a secure facility could be breached, could the vast gold reserves at Fort Knox be equally vulnerable?
I would think so. I would think they could go underground and get it. I mean, that's my opinion.
Have done everything that you can imagine in order to acquire gold, and some things that are best left to the imagination.
Officially, the Treasury Department acknowledges only a single attempt to break into Fort Knox. The perpetrator? Goldfinger.
I think you've made your point, Goldfinger. Thank you for the demonstration.
So there was really not a real attempt to break in. It was just in the movie Goldfinger, James Bond.
Nemesis from the 1964 hit movie.
Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
For the movie's producers, the challenge was clear. How best to portray Fort Knox and its top secret interior.
They, of course, like everybody else, asked if they could get in. The request was denied. So the word goes to the production design department.
I just can't believe there has been no checks and balances with it.
What's the interior of Fort Knox going to look like? We need to draw something up. And one of the James Bond producers somewhat famously remarked, what he wants to see is a cathedral of gold.
I still think Roger Moore was the best James Bond. Who was the other one they had? Sean Connery. I don't like him. He's into machismo, like hitting women. Hi, Liberace.
There were, of course, a number of people who thought that Goldfinger was allowed to film inside of Fort Knox. But the reality, of course, is just very different.
Just how accurate was the film's portrayal of Fort Knox? Doug Simmons is one of the few former Fort Knox employees willing to speak on the record about.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces
to manage my team.
About what it's like behind the
like we got teams.
Depository's forbidden walls.
Goldfinger, when Bond goes into the building, you can see through all the floors and see the gold. Of course, when we got in there, it turned out to be just a standard, typical United States government boring facility. It's an impressive building, but nothing like Goldfinger.
Questions concerning the actual security at Fort Knox are so classified that despite requests, no Treasury Department official will address them.
But the guy's just retired, so now we got Elon, who wants to be in charge of everything, I guess.
Fort Knox is so protected, I don't believe a fly could get in there. It is one of the most secure areas in the United States.
What is known about the depository security begins at the perimeter. 4 layers of fence and a lawn of more than 100 yards surround the depository.
But underneath, they just talked about caves and stuff and it being near, where the founding fathers were putting gold. So, in caves. So, I do believe someone could.
Enough room for minefields and tripwires and automated guns. Guard shacks provide 360-degree coverage and maximum firing capabilities. The windows are fake, disguising barriers of Kevlar and steel. Even the cover of darkness is used to defend the structure.
Various lighting techniques have been used so that the gold vault actually disappears at night.
To step inside the building is to enter a...
I wonder one of those. I like history too. I love history, Rainbow. It's so amazing. And you just could never get enough of it either because there's just so much of it, you know? I think it's, if I could go back and, you know, pick a career, I'd like to be a history professor. I really would.
maze of 21,000 cubic feet of granite and concrete, and more than 1,400 tons of steel. Past offices that line the first floor is the elevator that leads to the gold vault below. The vault door is 21 inches thick and weighs more than 20 tons. To unlock it,
Imagine that. The door weighs 20 tons.
requires multiple Treasury officials, each with a unique secret combination. Once inside, the vault is divided into individual cells said to measure 10 feet by 10 feet, stacked from floor to ceiling with gold. But are there still other, more secret security measures that protect the gold?
Now, keep in mind that the Treasury Department is now in somebody's hands that has so much money that I don't even think it's about the money that's in there, or if there's any money. It's about what they go on to say, these other things that are in there.
As to the deterrence, gas does exist, so that if the door or the lock is attacked in such a way as to activate the gas charge, it would fill up that room.
There's multiple rumors about the gold vault. One of them is that it can be flooded, and that is backed up by the original newspaper clippings from the 1930s. It was designed after a method used by the Bank of France. Now, whether that feature was incorporated into final construction, only the Treasury Department knows, and they're not saying.
If I tell you what surprised me most about Fort Knox, it's going to blow your socks off. It's the fact that there are escape tunnels inside the facility.
If there's escape tunnels, then there are also entry tunnels.
Talks about them. They had to do that as a safety precaution because the vaults have 72-hour time locks on them, and if they're shut, they're stuck for 3 days. If this doesn't get you outside the building, it doesn't get you outside the perimeter. This is just to get you from an interior vault into an exterior vault.
Yet ever since the depository was constructed in 1937, rumors have persisted about its vulnerabilities, including this never...
I remember Phelan had a company called Bohr, which was a tunneling company.
before revealed letter. In 1998, local Fort Knox historian Paul Urbans received a letter from a private investigator in Durango, Colorado. The investigator claimed to represent a man who, as a child, helped police apprehend a murderer in possession of stolen bars of Fort Knox gold. The year was 1946.
The judge allowed him to return to Fort Knox when they returned some of the Fort Knox gold that these criminals had stolen to.
Now, see, I'd like to look more into that. A 9-year-old helped them with some murderer that had Fort Knox bars. I mean,
the gold depository. His description of the facility was quite credible. Whether it's true or not, I don't know.
Does this letter reveal that Fort Knox security has been breached? Could its gold have been stolen? Are these claims real? The U.S. government has never acknowledged the disappearance of any Fort Knox gold. Yet can any vault ever be 100% secure?
I don't know. If it's got escape tunnels, I would think that they could work the opposite way.
In my opinion, there's no such thing as an impregnable vault. Given the opportunity, time, means, you can circumvent just about anything.
Today, the motives to destroy or rob Fort Knox are many, including the very real possibility of a terrorist attack.
Now, we have nobody in charge of that anymore.
In the 70s and 80s, we would drive right up to the depository. There was one wrought iron fence, and now there's multiple fences and concrete barricades. They might have ground air missiles, pop-up guns, and who knows what's out there. The guards used to tell me, you'll get in, but you'll never get out alive.
Now I have to find part 3. See, last time I had the whole episode. That says part 4. There's part 3.
The crowd loves champions. Gladiator 2 is an epic spectacle. Of the U.S. presidents who have taken office since Franklin D. Roosevelt shut the vault doors at Fort Knox in 1937, not one of them has ever visited the famous gold depository.
Isn't that crazy? Now, the only way it can be done is through a presidential order. But that's so weird that I think everybody just kind of, I don't know, if they just thought, it's safe, it's secure, it's there. I don't know.
At least none that we know of. And never has a president opened the doors to the public in order to verify the status of its solid gold contents, except for one time, in the fall of 1974.
Suddenly Americans lost faith in the government, and they started putting this big focus on.
So the last time was 1974. Like, that's crazy.
Fort Knox, that building was empty, that this is a ruse, it's like our government's become a lie.
In 1971, after a bruising economic battle with France, President Richard Nixon had taken the U.S. dollar off the international gold standard. No longer was the U.S. dollar to be valued based on gold.
During the
So what is it based on then?
1960s, when Charles de Gaulle was Prime Minister of France, he told other countries, if you owe me money, pay me in American dollars. And then he would turn those American dollars in for gold. That probably caused the biggest drain of gold out of the bullion depository.
But how much of America's national treasure was left? An anxious public demanded to know. So on September 23, 1974, Director of the U.S. Mint Mary Brooks led a carefully selected group of lawmakers and news media on a half-hour tour of the Fort Knox vault, as seen here in this incredibly rare footage.
You're out by bus up Bullion Boulevard, aptly named. And as you approach the depository, you see signs that warn that federal officers inside are authorized to shoot to kill, and that admission is absolutely forbidden.
We went down from the first floor on an elevator down to the lower level where the gold is actually stored.
Even this is kind of shady, the way when they say it's shady too.
And as we got off the elevator, and we just walked in right next to the vaults themselves, the cells full of gold.
Inside the vault room were 13 cells. Across each locked door hung a delicate ribbon with a wax seal, signed and dated as to the last time the cell was accessed. A primitive method, perhaps, but nevertheless effective.
What do you mean the bushes haven't filled up? Oh, they don't like the commentary that I do anymore. and I'm fine with that because, how much commentary can you do on, the same people over and over? I prefer to be able to do this kind of stuff on history and things like that. I find it amazing. And, everybody hasn't watched everything. So, I mean, when I watch something and I'm like, wow, this is really interesting, I like to do it. That's what I've been doing lately.
Effective.
You can barely touch those, and you can break a seal. Seal is broken, no one's leaving that building because they're going to send people down and audit that compartment to make sure that nobody's stolen anything out of it.
The delegation was ushered.
But and I think you were requesting it on Maddie, and I don't watch Maddie. I've never been a Maddie person, you know? I think it was a shame how they used to like almost be taking bets on when she was going to lose a tooth or when she was going to, you know. I just remember one time watching or seeing something on Angie Reacts, and there was like almost 500 comments, and a lot of them were fake, like fake, pretending they were coming from Maddie's family. And you know, and Angie Reacts is actually having a conversation with this person in the comments as if they were really that person, you know. Um, yeah, I mean, you know, according to Maddie, it wasn't like she had a bad upbringing or anything like that. She just wanted to try this and try that and try this and try that. I mean, some people, like, if their parents got them into something or if they had an injury, you know, playing sports, and then their parents allowed them to end up being put on like painkillers and then it got worse. Um, you know, I do have sympathy for that, but as it appears, you know, Maddie was just kind of like, you know, screw it. You know? But we don't know. We don't know everything about her life, but she just was never one that I followed.
Ushered in toward the smallest of the compartment cells.
So they took him into one of the smallest of the cells. They didn't show them every cell that has, you know, all the gold. Just one was enough for them, which is like, wow.
Why that one, and not one of the reportedly larger ones, remains a mystery. But at the moment, no one seems to care.
We're cutting the ribbon. And we have to be very careful with this document.
There's nothing that was as breathtaking as having the seal cut on that door, the vault door open, and the floodlights from the television and from the still cameras, flashbulbs popping, going off the gold.
Can you believe that? Look at that. There's one in the ceiling.
We had an opportunity to pick it up, feel it, and make sure it was gold. It was a little bit awe-inspiring, and I just wanted to sit and look at it for a few minutes.
Keep in mind, when they made the American public turn over all of their gold in 1933, they paid them $20 an ounce. A year later, he doubled, you know, FDR doubled the price of gold per ounce. And now it's over $2,000 an ounce. So those people could have held on to their gold coins and things like that and passed them down through, you know, through their, you know, their kids and stuff like that. And now they'd be getting $2,000 an ounce. But they were forced. Either you handed it over or you got put in jail.
Most of the visitors left satisfied, having seen firsthand the magnificent contents of the cell.
Well, you satisfied all the gold is here? Well, I am, and I was before we came.
But to some observers, not all that glittered was gold.
They opened up the bullion depository, and on that night, they showed for the first time since the 1930s, opening these compartments up and letting everybody see. But what they
40 years later. Who knows if there was even gold in there anymore, like, except for maybe that one room.
did was they opened Pandora's box. Because, yeah, everybody saw a bunch of bars stacked up in a room and then immediately started saying, and what you're looking at is probably fake.
Why had the visitors been shown only one cell? And why was access to certain corners of the vault complex denied? Over time, photos taken during the event began to circulate in newspapers and magazines. But rather than reassure skeptics, as the Mint had hoped, still more questions arose. Some questioned the quality of the gold based on it.
I mean, really, some of them could have been just painted gold. They could have just been bricks. Who knows?
Its color. Others suggested that according to this AP photo, the bars didn't weigh 27.5 pounds as reported, but less than 22 pounds.
Of course, Treasury came out with a press release and said, oh, well, it was just some cheap scale, and so the scale was inaccurate. But if you magnify the photograph, you see that it was not a cheap scale. It was a standard issue U.S. postal scale.
Most intriguing of all was the possibility of a secret vault. One hidden not only...
Could you imagine if now you just have carte blanche to going in there?
From visitors that day, but one whose very existence is denied even now.
There's this famous picture of Mary Brooks taken by an AP photographer saying, look, all the gold's here. The room that they showed was gold vault number 13. And if you just do a simple napkin-like calculation of how many bars you see, and there are about 1 million ounces of gold in that room. And yet the latest Treasury figures from the Treasury website show that there are 150 million ounces of gold in Fort Knox. So it would take 150 of those gold vault 13. So clearly something's amiss.
Clearly something's amiss.
But did this single photograph really prove the existence of another, even more secret vault?
Unfortunately for Treasury, the former commanding general of Fort Knox, General John Ryan, wrote a letter saying that, no, Treasury's wrong. There is a central core vault, and I was in it. And then he made a hand-drawn map showing where Vault 13 was, which is on the ground floor, and showing where the central core vault, which was in a subterranean area of Fort Knox, which was much bigger, which comprised almost the entire perimeter of the building, but it was underground. So
easily they could fucking tunnel into that. Easily.
Once again, the government caught in a lie. Okay, why? Why don't they just fess up? So obviously they're hiding something.
Why would the government refute the existence of a central core vault? Is it part of their security protocol? And if each of the vault compartments only holds 1 million ounces, then where is the rest of the gold that the government claims is being stored at Fort Knox?
And will we ever find out? Will we ever know?
I think it might be a good policy if every few years the Treasury Department brought down a few people to take a look at it. But I don't think it's going to happen.
I was on the congressional inspection tour. There was gold in Fort Knox and a lot of it. I can tell you that being there was an intense experience. But knowing that the gold was there in September of 1974 doesn't mean that it's still there today.
That's so alarming. Doesn't mean that it's there today. Like, that's so fucked up. I really think that, you know, the American public needs to know.
Government officials had hoped that the public inspection of the U.S. Gold Depository at Fort Knox in 1974 would silence those who doubted that gold was even being stored there. But for some, the tour of the otherwise off-limits facility only fueled even more intense speculation and skepticism.
I'm sorry if this bores you guys, but they start going into the other things that are there, which I think is really interesting.
I was looking for a summer job, and I got a phone call at home one day.
Now, this is one part of this that really confuses me. He's looking for a summer job, and he gets a phone call from what? Some random person and to work at Fort Knox?
there was a man on the other end of the phone, and he asked me, he said, "Are you interested in a job?" And I said, "Yes, I'm interested in a job. What kind of job is it?" And he said, "I can't tell you."
The call Doug Simmons received was from the
Price could have been John Wayne Gacy.
Gold Bullion Depository at Fort Knox. The job was simple: lift and move the gold from one room to another, where it would be cleaned and counted.
I started there in 1975. They briefed
What do you mean, Mangetti? What does that mean? What does that mean, Crime Scene Louie?
us that we were not to discuss with anybody what we saw inside the building. Of course, we were 18 years old. So, by that afternoon, we'd already told all our girlfriends what we had seen,
But what Doug Simmons discovered was that Fort Knox was more than a depository for gold. Much more. During World War II, Fort Knox served as a secret depository for the U.S. government's most important and cherished documents,
See, now this is what really gets me, because if you're a person with billions of dollars and you've, done everything, and if you're just sitting there and you're really interested in this kind of stuff, you might want to know. And if you've got the power and the money and all that, now he's just right on the verge of finding out what he's been watching on, the History Channel.
including the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. And as the Battle of Britain raged, the English government requested Fort Knox be the hiding place of the Magna Carta.
Now that's really important right there, because that goes back to the skull and crossbones, I just really think that, there's things like the Sumerian tablets and the Nephilim and all that I do believe that Elon has interest in all of that. So for him, all this stuff that they go on to say is in Fort Knox, it would really be interesting for him to, I'm sure for anyone that's, when you hear of the other things that are there, to just see.
It's always been a storage place. So when you saw those boxes, you can only conjecture what was inside of there. Now, I was there when the crown of St. Stephen's was pulled out and was given back to the Hungarian government. There was the crown and his sword and his scepter, and these things are just priceless.
The presence of additional sealed boxes convinced Simmons that perhaps the real purpose of Fort Knox wasn't the secure storage of gold at all, but the secret storage of items of even greater historic and strategic value.
I don't think that anybody would ever try.
That'd be like a kid in a candy store for somebody who is into this.
To break in that building to steal the gold, because one, it would take an incredible operation to get that out of there because of the sheer weight of it. If somebody wants into the bullion depository, it's not going to be for the gold.
But what else, besides gold, could be so valuable, so top secret, that it would require the most stringent security measures that the U.S. government could offer?
Fort Knox held some things that, of course, people would be a little frightened of now. Opium, for example, was...
Get this. I don't know if you guys are still with me here. This blew me away. Are you guys still with me, or anybody? Because this part of the show really, really shocked me to hear that this was there.
Stored there.
Finally, homemade Manjaro makes your pants drop in just 1 week.
We heard, lady.
I've developed.
The U.S. Army and federal government has stored drugs and chemicals in the gold vault in case of the next war or time of war.
That was kind of a reality check when we saw that, because it kind of let you know that our government ever think we were going to be involved in a nuclear war. And absolutely we did. because they were stockpiling pain-killing drugs.
Stockpiling pain-killing drugs in there.
According to a 1993 report, Fort Knox contains nearly 70,000 pounds of opium and morphine.
Ain't that something? Stockpiling opium and morphine.
It also houses 900,000 carats of diamonds, a treasure trove of precious stones that rivals that of England's crown jewels. But there are those who believe that Fort Knox also houses something even more valuable, more strategically important to our nation than any amount of gold or jewels. In 1948, Kentucky Air National Guard Captain Thomas Mantell was ordered to investigate a strange sighting over Fort Knox.
Two important things about Thomas Mantell. Number one, he was a decorated pilot of World War II and had many hours of flying time. He was leading a squadron down to Goodard, Kentucky, which is near Fort Knox. During the early morning hours, an unidentified object was seen over the...
Wow, that's really amazing. They have it on camera.
airfield. And Thomas Mantell was requested by
It
the
looks like
aircraft
a jellyfish in the air. That's so weird.
controller to take a look at this object.
Now, he describes this craft as being a very large, orange, luminous ball, and he decides to approach it to figure out what this is.
There was some exchanges that took place between the captain and the air traffic control. We're not sure exactly what those communications were because the government, won't release them to us.
They won't release them. That's so crazy.
You know is that a Kentucky farmer heard a noise and looked up and saw a P-51 fighter plane come crashing down. There's speculation as to what happened. Initially, it was that Captain Mantell was shot down by this unidentified flying object, that he was hit with a ray of some sort that knocked out his engine and he crashed.
Can you see how they got a camera right on it, though? That's crazy.
A lot of UFO cases don't involve parameters that involve death. And unfortunately, the pilot, Thomas Mantell, in pursuing this craft, actually lost his life. And that's a pretty dramatic circumstance.
Some researchers speculate that the wreckage of Captain Mantell's aircraft is kept hidden at Fort Knox. But if so, why? Could the incident really have involved a UFO, as some suggest? A UFO searching the skies for gold?
Now, I wonder, with, Elon's space exploration and everything, if he thinks about this.
What's really intriguing about this is it happened directly over Fort Knox. Is there some tie-in to the fact that we store large amounts of gold at Fort Knox? Was the UFO perhaps interested in some of this gold as a reservoir?
It doesn't corrode. It's an excellent conductor of electricity, and it's one of the natural forming elements in the universe. And here you have this huge deposit of gold. And so there were a number of sightings in and around Fort Knox.
Could Fort Knox?
So when you, read the Sumerian tablets and stuff, and they talk about gold in those.
Really be the top secret hiding place for material evidence that extraterrestrials exist?
I don't know if they got the Roswell aliens hidden up there, or Jimmy Hoffa's in there, or Amelia Earhart's hidden in there. I don't know who's in there. But boy, they're sure spending a lot of money to guard something.
We pretty much take it all. Fridges and dishwashers and dressers, drawers, couches, mattresses, bed.
It is considered the most impenetrable vault in the world. A fortress of granite and steel, and armed with high-tech defense mechanisms. But the questions concerning Fort Knox have never been about its level of security. The real questions concern the mystery of what, if anything, is actually being stored there.
Secret things are done with that gold reserve. That gold reserve is public property. It's the property of all the people of the United States. And the things that are done with it are meant to undertake secret policies without any accountability to Congress or the people of the United States. That's objectionable.
In 1980, newspaper reporter Bill Still received an envelope. The sender, a wealthy Ohio businessman named
Okay.
Edward Durrell. In it, Durrell detailed how he had spent tens of thousands of dollars researching Fort Knox and had come to one explosive conclusion. There was no gold being stored there at all.
The way that the gold was removed, as I understand it, was by truck and rail. It was sent to the Federal Reserve Bank in New York and then shipped over to the London Gold Pool. It was sold into the market at $35 an ounce.
Same. That's crazy.
Immediately thereafter, the price started shooting up, and by 1980, it topped out at over $900 an ounce. So you can imagine if you bought tons and tons and tons of gold out of Fort Knox via the London Gold Pool at $35 an ounce, that there was a considerable profit when you sold it at $800 or $900 an ounce. All it ended up doing was draining hundreds of millions of ounces of America's gold, and we'll never.
That's fucked up. And they never had checks and balances.
Get it back.
Could America's entire gold supply really have been moved, one shipment at a time? Photographic evidence does reveal the existence of loading docks on the far side of the depository, invisible from any public road. Nevertheless, there are those who remain skeptical.
For all our technology today, there's still only one way to get that gold out of the depository, and that is to load it on trucks again and take it back to the railhead. And to put an operation like that into effect, how would you hide that from media scrutiny? So if they've taken all that out, boy, they must have done it with a cloaking device, because there is no way that they could have done that without somebody noticing.
The Gold Antitrust Action Committee is an organization dedicated to investigating the exact nature and extent of gold being reported by the world's central banks and commodities exchanges. They strongly maintain that the amount of gold being reported to exist in the global marketplace has been deliberately and grossly exaggerated in an effort
We could be broke
to keep the price artificially low. Based on materials gathered from public records and Freedom of Information lawsuits, GATA co-founder Chris Powell believes that even if there is gold in Fort Knox, it may no longer be property of the United States. Someone else may own it.
Governments need to control gold in order to sustain the value of their currencies and sustain the value of their bonds. And to do this, now the U.S. government has resorted to rigging the gold market. We
rigging the gold market.
Believe that the primary purpose of these gold swaps is surreptitious intervention in the gold market. For example, the United States may decide that in February it needs 50 tons of gold to be sold in the London market in order to keep the gold price under control, but does not want to be the central bank identified doing this. So the United States could call up the German central bank and say, listen, we'd like you to sell 50 tons of gold in London. Would you please do that? And we will give you in exchange title to 50 tons of gold vaulted at the depository in Fort Knox. You could go into Fort Knox tomorrow and be shown a lot of gold. That would not dispel every secret about Fort Knox unless you also knew to whom that gold belonged. Just seeing that gold in Fort Knox doesn't dispel the questions.
That's some bullshit.
People will look me square in the eye and tell me that I've been duped and that none of that's real. I've been listening to pundits for the last 30 years tell me that what I saw wasn't real. Now, I don't know what they're holding now inside that building, but I know that if you cross onto their land, they'll kill you. They're protecting something, and there's a secret there somewhere.
Is the gold in Fort Knox ours? Or is the depository really empty? Is it only a myth intended to bluff foreign nations into thinking that that the United States has been stockpiling vast gold reserves? Or is the maximum security installation really housing another, even more audacious secret? Perhaps one involving evidence of UFOs or something even more profound. One thing is certain. Fort Knox remains one of the most highly protected and closely guarded locations in the world. Few.
Not anymore, though. Not anymore.
Wix gives you the freedom to tell your story with a professional website that
matter. Devastatingly wrong. It has now not only started the recession, but gone to head the Heritage Foundation. He's quitting the Senate. Well, I want to give you a sense of how on the money Heritage Foundation has been throughout. Now, remember, they're a think tank. Their job is to think. And they put out these policy papers, and Republicans quote them all the time because they're so smart over there at the Heritage Foundation. And
now remember, they're the ones who wrote Project 2025.
Back in 1993, when Bill Clinton was proposing to raise taxes, well, they came out very strongly against it. And look at how right they were. They said, quote, tax increase would lead to higher deficits. It served as a recipe for recession. It would destroy jobs and undermine America's international competitiveness. Boy, did that turn out to be true. So, for example, how many jobs did we
But it didn't turn out to be true. He's being facetious.
lose under Bill Clinton after he passed the tax rates? Oh, right. We didn't lose any jobs. We gained 22.7 million jobs under Bill Clinton. Now, that's during his
My opinion, that's the last great president right there.
entire term. What happened? I thought we were supposed to lose jobs. Under Bush, that miserable failure, we gained 1 million jobs in 8 years. And that's only because we didn't count the tremendous amount of jobs that were being lost in the recession that he started, right? In the very next month after Bush left office, we lost 750,000 jobs, which wipes out, in fact, in the first 2 months, more than wiped out all the gains in his 8 years. So Bush is a flat zero, whereas Clinton gained nearly 23 million jobs. What happened? I thought increasing tax rates would kill jobs. Well, I mean, wages probably didn't grow. I mean, Heritage probably got that right? Wrong again, Bob. Wages grew by 21%. Who wouldn't love to go back to an era where your wages were growing by 21%? Well, on the other hand, you know, these tax and spend Democrats, when you do that, I'm sure it just totally ruined the budget, created huge deficits, right?
No. We were in such a good standing.
Once again, wrong. In fact, by the time Bill Clinton left, we had a $236 billion
surplus. We were in the black. $236 billion. And then George Bush, the son, came in, and it was fucking gone. And we'll never, ever get there again. Never.
Surplus. So the Heritage Foundation was only 1 million % wrong. They were wrong about all of it. So what's interesting is that that's what they said back in 1992. That's what all the Republicans said. And they were so wrong. Did they get chastened by it? No, of course not. They're back to saying the same exact things. In fact, I'm going to read you quotes by Boehner and McConnell here. I don't know if you can tell if they're from 1993 or 2012. 20 years later, they're still saying the same nonsense, right? Here's Boehner in 93. The problem is not that we do not tax enough. It is that government spends too much. The president has reverted to true form, that of a tax and spend old-time Democrat. He has abandoned the tens of millions of middle-class voters that trusted him. Raising taxes on the middle class is not patriotic. It is idiotic.
But it wasn't, because gas was $1 a gallon. $236 billion surplus. We didn't owe anybody anything. We didn't owe any interest. We didn't owe anyone anything. In fact, we were at such a standing that he was able to forgive some loans that, other countries owed us. And they're still in the same fucking standing as they were because of their governments. Like in Ethiopia and stuff, they owed us money. But because we were in such good standing, he was able to say, start fresh slate, do something. And here we are now, fucked. We're fucked. Our deficit is like in the trillions.
Except, John, it didn't turn out to be idiotic. It turned out to create 23 million jobs.
Because the Americans, the people will. Man, I still remember that inauguration. And don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. And it was good. It was good.
Here's Mitch McConnell. They were all back in Congress at that time as well. He said, this package contains the largest tax increase in history and promises deficit reduction. This package will not reduce the federal debt or even balance one annual budget for that matter. Devastatingly wrong. It did balance the budget, and it did give us a surplus. Of course, that surplus was then destroyed by the Republicans under George W. Bush because they never balanced the budget. They don't give a damn about the budget. They love creating deficits. The only thing they care about is not jobs, it's not wages, it's not the deficit. It's lower and lower taxes on the rich. That's what this entire party is built on. One last amusing quote from Christopher Cox.
And that's a fact.
Republican legislator from California at the time, quote, this is really when the Dr. Kevorkian plan for our economy. It will kill jobs, kill businesses, and yes, kill even higher tax revenues that these suicidal tax increasers hope to gain. Suicidal tax increasers. They were massively wrong then. And they're, again, nearly 20 years later, saying the exact same things. Why? We know their motivation. They were getting paid by rich people, their donors at that time. They're getting paid by rich donors at this time to do their one and only agenda, tax cuts for the rich. Now, the only question is, why do we take them so seriously? Why does the rest of the...
I don't understand it. But history is history. It's there. The fucking numbers were there. It was reality. That it was a better time. He did what he said he would do.
Media and all of Washington take these guys like, oh, really? What does John Boehner or Mitch McConnell think? Who cares what they think? They're the loser idiots who are so wrong for so long. They should be laughed out of town. Every time they come on television, these quotes should be read to them and said, what happened? But you were wrong that time. Why wouldn't you be wrong again? But nobody ever does that to them. The honorable John Boehner, the honorable Mitch McConnell, honorable Mike.
No, they don't. And I don't care what anybody says. You can love this guy as much as you want. He don't love you. And I still remember that was the first presidential election that I could vote in. And I watched those presidential debates with Bush the father, and Ross Perot had backed out. It was Bill and the father there, Bush the father. And they became close afterwards. But what I'm saying is, I watched him. I watched. And this lady kept saying to the father, Bush the father, what are you going to do about the recession? What are you going to do about the recession? And he kept ignoring her. And then finally, He looked at her and he was pissed. He said, I don't understand what you mean by that question. That's like asking somebody that doesn't have cancer what they're going to do about the cancer. Because the recession didn't affect him. I remember I lived through those times. And I'm not going to pretend that we're in a good place in history right now, because we are not. And that's a fucking fact.
When your auto insurance coverage is too big or too small, it feels, well,
And I don't say those things because I dislike this person. I say these things because I love our country. And I care about people, and I care about myself. I care about the future. And that is a fucking fact.
This is pretty much a one-off thing as far as I'm concerned. In fact, if we had been asked to do much more than the one song, I don't know if I would have been able to do that.
I really remember waiting to go on stage because I looked down and I remember seeing John and Chris were holding hands and Lindsay holding Stevie's hand. And that really did get to me. And the crowd were going absolutely AWOL.
Such a diverse crowd. People in turbans, black people, white people, people from everywhere. And he kept every promise that he made. Look it up. It's facts.
And then we walked towards the stage. That was quite a moment. It really was. So that's what this is all about. I think, a special thing.
Together for the first time. Lindsay Buckingham, Fleetwood, Christine McVie, John McVie, and Stevie Nicks.
Hi, Ricky.
Fleetwood Mac. If you wake up on a smile, it takes just a little while. Open your eyes and look at the day. You see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Wanna think about the time to come. I thought about how it's such a time. If you're not right there, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be better than before. Yes, it's all. Yes, it's all.
There'll never be another time like that. There'll never be another time like that. Never. Never. There will never be another time like that. Our deficit is in the trillions. They don't care about our lives. They'll be implanting us with some bullshit. Oh, AI will do this and AI will learn nothing. We're nothing. Any dime that goes towards people, including their Social Security, that was your money. So it's not considered your money anymore. They don't care if you live to
$1,500 a
even get it.
month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right? A hindrance from
They don't
unelected federal
care.
officials. And
They don't care if you live to receive it. They want it. Every fucking dime. Don't fool yourselves. Blame yourselves. Within such a short amount of time, we are being dismantled and fucking destroyed.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
That's almost like hope.
That's all he wants. That's all he wants.
Gangster type politics. The politics of retribution, politics of revenge.
Their reign is over. Their reign will be over.
Mr. Trump has practiced the big lie for 5 decades, and it works for him.
I actually think we want most of the country.
He represents a dark force in humanity.
Sure as shit he does. And you can love him all you want. Doesn't mean I dislike you. But I ask you, why? Why did you hate America so much? Why did you hate your fellow Americans so much that you're going to watch them die?
I don't know anyone who loves their country more and is more patriotic than the president. He talks directly with the American people, which is fantastic.
Now, if I don't get elected,
United we stand, divided we fall, and we are becoming divided. He left NATO because so that he doesn't have to, NATO is about like, if any of those countries that are in NATO, we will stand for them. But he didn't want to stand for any other countries because he's down with our biggest fucking enemy. As long as all that money is for those, we are just drains on society to that person.
it's going to be a bloodbath for the country.
Real estate shark, reality TV star, former United States president, now convicted criminal.
And I obliterate my competition.
There has never been an American iconoclast like Donald Trump.
Wait, they're Republicans. I said, I don't give a shit. Yeah.
He doesn't care about Republicans or Democrats. He feels he is his own entity. And then he's got this fucking doofus. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. That has too much money. That he just is fucking around. He's just fucking around. He don't care.
American people are going to see a great era of well-being and peace and prosperity.
Millions and millions of people.
It's a once-in-a-generational chance to have the American people have a voice back in their own government.
He's a fucking idiot. He's just a fucking idiot.
These are all politicians talking in this.
Nearly 4 years on from the carnage at the Capitol, the man accused of encouraging his fellow citizens to assault their own democracy is back.
Look at what's happened with the J6 hostages. The hostages. We will give them pardons.
I do worry there's a real group of American citizens who are willing to engage in violence for Donald Trump.
And there is. You think he cares about him? No.
Take a look at what happened.
That was fake. That was the fakest shit I've ever seen, too. That is, in my opinion, yeah.
There's been violence, but it's been
Assassination thing. I'm sorry. I feel like, yeah, did somebody get killed? Yeah, probably. But I'm sorry that he did the same thing when he was running in 2016.
aimed at Donald Trump. A would-be assassin coming close to killing the former president. For months before this moment, Four Corners was investigating what a second Trump presidency would mean for America and the world. It's even more relevant now after
Nobody would
this.
stand up and pump their fists like that after that. Nobody would.
With the defiant Donald Trump looking unstoppable in his march to the White House. In Donald Trump's vision for America, centuries-old institutions are there to be dismantled, and the checks and balances established by the Founding Fathers are impediments to absolute power.
This is fascism. I'm sorry, in my opinion, that's why he's so against anti-fascism, because, yeah.
I said, no, other than day one.
So when he says he's a dictator for a day, he really means, look, I want to be dictator for life.
We're in the midst of a neo-Marxist revolution here in the United States, and we have to wake up to what's going on.
We pledge to you that we will root out the communists, Marxists, fascists, and radical left thugs that live.
I saw a thing that where in Tennessee, if you vote against that party, any of their politicians, they're subject to, it's a felony.
Like vermin within the confines of our country.
He hates political correctness, and he loves America.
We'll do anything possible.
America's broke. I'm going to fix it, and I love it.
We will never give up. We will never.
Like, some of the people in this are for him, and some are against.
Concede. It doesn't happen.
After the chaos and confusion of his first term in office, Donald Trump has a detailed plan for his second coming.
Yeah.
It involves
that Heritage Foundation made that Project 2025 that he denied knowing anything about, 965 pages that nobody will fucking read.
reshaping the very pillars of American democracy. And there's already an army of loyal recruits who are prepared to carry out his orders.
We have a database with over 10,000 people from all walks of life. But we want people who've been canceled, who've figuratively given blood for the movement.
They want to bring shock troops into the government who focus on dismantling government.
If you're not on board with the president's agenda and you're in a consequential position, you need to.
And I want you to think when you say, oh, change is coming. Yeah, but what kind of change? If you're happy now, or, like, I mean, was the government really, really giving it to you? That FBI agents that are like the most elite law enforcement branch, I mean, I can't for the life of me.
Step aside, or you need to hold your tongue.
One country, one constitution, one destiny. Those very words are inscribed inside the Capitol, in the heart of Washington, D.C. But the United States is riven, with many Americans fearing its destiny lies in the hands of a man who has little regard for this country's constitution, whose supporters
Yes, he does, because his supporters pissed and shit in the Capitol building.
this place in the dying days of his presidency. Almost 4 years after being cast out by voters, Donald Trump is back, and he has a plan to rebuild America in his own image. To some, he's a savior, and to others, an autocrat. Over the next 2 weeks, Four Corners brings you a special series on the
And this was 6 months ago.
battle for American democracy.
As of today, I would say it's more likely than not that Trump is reelected.
This is one of those critical moments in history where Actually, the fate of the free world, if you will, rests on one man's shoulders.
If he's returned to the presidency, he's going to be dangerous. It can literally destroy our democracy.
And he is. He is.
I'm not sure the country will survive, honestly.
I truly believe that we could be on the path to authoritarianism.
Not sure the country can survive it. Was that the change you were looking for? How many of you people that voted for him read Project 2025? I read about 200 pages. I was going to read it on here, but it didn't seem like anybody really cared. And at the time, he was running around saying, I have nothing to do with it. What do you think now?
It's September 2018, the second year of Donald Trump's tumultuous reign. And a senior official inside his administration is about to lift the lid on a White House riddled with dysfunction and disorder.
President Trump is facing a test to his presidency unlike any faced by a modern American leader. The dilemma, which he doesn't fully grasp, is that many of the senior officials in his own administration are working diligently from within to frustrate parts of his agenda and his worst inclinations.
Now, you might say, oh, that's wrong. But these are politicians, okay? Career politicians, not some guy who came from a reality TV show and thinks $1 million is a small loan from his father. And trust and believe, when I'm, talking about this stuff, I'm not just shooting from the hip. I'm not just, oh, I'm this for life, or I'm this for life, so I don't care who the person is or what they stand for. That's not me. I research and I research and I research till my fucking brain hurts and my heart aches. And I will keep using my voice, my God-given voice. But I expect that it won't be long before all of that is taken away from us. So I'll use it till I can. Till I can't, I should say.
I would know. I am one of them.
So what I'm saying is that you might think, oh, wow, that's so shitty. He had people working. But these are people who sat there and listened to this guy talk about building a moat, with alligators in it and stuff. And they were like, what the fuck?
Begins as a private journal, soon becomes public when its author decides the American people need to know what's really happening inside the Trump administration. The highly placed official leaks his essay to the New York Times.
The root of the problem is the president's amorality. He engages in repetitive rants, and his impulsiveness results in half-baked, ill-informed, and occasionally reckless decisions that have to be walked back.
Right. But now he knew already he was going to win because of the people who just want money, want money, want money, want money, want money, are going to get money.
Under the byline Anonymous, the piece causes a media sensation.
We have somebody in what I call failing New York Times.
The publication also prompts the president to order an investigation to find the identity of the author.
When you tell me about some anonymous source within the administration, probably who's failing and probably here for all the wrong reasons, an anonymous editorial, can you believe it? Anonymous.
Yeah, we can believe it. We can believe it.
A gutless editorial.
When the article came out, the anonymous article, and I read through the article, I said, well, this guy is close enough. He really understands. He's inside the blast zone of Donald Trump.
Despite a concerted hunt for the author, Anonymous would remain just that for more than 2 years. Only after he'd resigned from the administration would he reveal his true identity.
My name is Miles.
That's a true patriot.
I'm anonymous. I was the chief of staff at the Department of Homeland Security. I was the chief of staff at the Department of Homeland.
Despite a concerted hunt for the author, Anonymous would remain just that for more than 2 years. Only after he'd resigned from the administration would he reveal his true identity.
My name is Miles Taylor. I'm anonymous. I was the chief of staff at the Department of Homeland Security under Donald Trump.
Miles Taylor helped manage a workforce of 250,000 people, but his most difficult task was dealing with the whims of his commander-in-chief.
Is unintelligent.
When Donald Trump was president, I remember crossing that threshold into the Oval Office. And not only was this guy not bringing his A game, he didn't have a game. He was winging it. And the place was like, I've often described it as like a crowded New York bagel shop. It was people coming in and out and him barking orders. And you might be talking about a classified issue and someone who doesn't have a security clearance comes walking through the Oval Office.
And now we got Elon, no security clearance. Gives a fuck, right? We love him. Make America vulnerable.
He's getting phone calls and he's telling people to tweet things out.
We spend billions of dollars in other countries maintaining their borders, and we can't maintain our borders in our own country. Is there something a little bit wrong?
Yeah, you just want to keep us in, motherfucker. That's what it is.
With that?
For Miles Taylor and his Homeland Security Secretary Kirstjen Nielsen, President Trump had a singular obsession, the southern border. During one phone call with Secretary Nielsen, Trump came up with a novel solution to stop the flow of migrants coming into the United States.
And she puts the president on speakerphone, and he says that down at the border, he wants to explore what it would take to build a moat. And he goes off on this tangent talking about how we should actually get snakes and alligators and fill this 2,000-mile moat.
This guy's not lying.
On the border with reptilian creatures, so that if someone falls into the moat, they're facing the threat of snakes and alligators who might come after them. I mean, we're just laughing. You can't make this shit up.
What are you thinking when the President of the United States is enunciating this idea?
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. He's just a fucking idiot. I'm a lifelong...
You go. You go. Because that's not a lie. That can be... Look it up.
Conservative. I am more Republican than Donald Trump. He is not a conservative. But putting politics aside, engaging with the man, you realize he's an idiot.
Miles Taylor is like one of the nasty girls from Glee, okay? He makes himself out to be a big deal. He wasn't.
Now, see, this guy is he's for Trump. See, so they put both different, people who are for, people who are, correct. And so that guy was in charge of 250,000 employees. And this guy says he thinks he's a big deal, but he's not.
Greetings, I'm Sebastian Gorka. I served as Deputy Assistant for Strategy to President Trump. I'm the host of the America First radio show in the United States.
You're not even from America.
To Donald Trump's most rusted-on supporters like Sebastian Gorka, Miles Taylor isn't a whistleblower. He's a traitor.
This is where we do the show.
He's a traitor because some guy says, let's build him out. And he's like, what a fucking idiot. Yeah, sure.
Is the definition of sedition. The people choose the commander-in-chief. What he says is the order of that administration. And then you say, I'm going to sabotage it. That's a crime.
Well, how about you go build a fucking moat, Sebastian?
That's patently obvious.
So Miles Taylor, in your opinion, should be charged with sedition?
Utterly, yeah.
Donald Trump's list of traitors is long and includes people who served him at the highest level, including a former chief of the US military and reportedly the man who was once his most senior security official.
This is all about what's going on right now is all about him getting revenge.
I'm John Bolton. I was Donald Trump's national security advisor for 17 months.
He tried to put me in jail for the book that I published, tried to stop the book from coming out. I think he doesn't forget his grudges, and I think the only consolation I have is that I'm part of a very long list.
In his many
No, that's bullshit. People aren't allowed their fucking opinions.
security briefings with Trump, John Bolton found a president who was transactional and unfocused.
He spoke on subjects that whatever kind of came into his mind. He didn't pay attention to intelligence briefings. Frequently, he was the one doing most of the talking during the intelligence briefings. It called to mind something that Lyndon Johnson once said, "I don't learn very much when I'm talking." That didn't bother Trump at all. He had huge gaps in his knowledge of international affairs. He once asked White House Chief of Staff John Kelly if Finland were still part of Russia.
They should have an aptitude test before someone can vote and before someone can run for president. I'm telling you.
Downhill from there.
He's somebody who has no respect for intelligence.
We all heard him say he loves the uneducated.
Those that collect intelligence, because he's somebody who doesn't like to be told the truth. Yes. I'm Leon Panetta, former chief of staff to President Clinton, former director of the CIA, and former Secretary of Defense to President Obama.
There are few Americans who know more about the value of the US intelligence services than Leon Panetta, the CIA chief who got Osama bin Laden. He warns that a real...
All of this was 6 months ago. Look where we are.
Elected Donald Trump would present a grave threat to the security of the United States.
It won't just be the president who pays a price for stupidity. It'll be a threat to all Americans. We're facing threats from Russia, threats from China, threats from North Korea, threats from Iran, threats from terrorists.
You know, what he just did was, you know how he pulled them out of Afghanistan, but blame Biden. They like to blame Biden for that. But he did that secretly and left them to the Taliban. Well, there's still Americans there, and there's, you know, people who helped us. Like, you know, remember the movie The Killing Fields? When they left them behind and they all jumped in the helicopters and left all those records with the people who had helped them out and the names, and just to their own you know, you take care of yourself. Bye-bye. And he just did that. Over the next 3 months, there was, you know, between 1,500 to 2,000 people that were supposed to come back from there, but he won't let them anymore. He blocked that.
It's a dangerous world that we live in.
They have targets on their backs there.
The president thinks you can hide from that and not have to confront that. He'll make our country vulnerable.
I do not believe that he is capable of putting America's interests and American national security ahead of his own personal interest. I'm Pete Strzok. I was the Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division during the first Trump administration, and I led the investigation into Russia's attack on the 2016 election. Trump is a counterintelligence nightmare.
I think that's been proven in the last couple of days. We're very vulnerable, in my opinion.
He had very well-known alleged proclivities for pretty women. He had any number of susceptibility to flattery, a strange sort of affection for strongmen and authoritarians that were in fact intelligence vulnerabilities.
Pete Strzok was removed from the investigation into Donald Trump and alleged Russian interference in the 2016 presidential election after it was discovered that he had disparaged the then president in private texts. In response, Trump accused the FBI veteran of treason.
Donald Trump has called you a traitor. How did that feel?
As if Trump doesn't disparage everyone. We're not going to live through this, TCS. We'll be lucky if we do. We'll be lucky if we do. And yes, I'm not ranting against him. I'm ranting for America and our democracy. Doesn't matter if it was him or someone else. TCS, explain to me why Elon Musk should have such power. Explain that to me. No, TCS, explain to me why Elon Musk should have such power. Rather than just coming in, saying something, and then leaving. It's a simple question. Explain to me why Elon Musk should have such power within this administration.
It's stunning. I mean, I had never, I think I was, according to the Washington Post, I was the first person, dubious honor, that he accused of treason. Of course, treason in the United States is one of only, I think, 2 or 3 actually enumerated crimes in the Constitution, and it carries a penalty of death.
Is that the response? Just silence? Can I get a good answer, a good response from someone who's pro what's going on? Like, just tell me. Why do you think Elon Musk should have this power that he wields in this? What?
To fear what lies ahead under a re-elected Donald Trump point to 2 public statements he made 5 years apart.
Maybe I'm not seeing something. Don't you want to take the time to tell me what I'm not seeing?
Question the former president's allegiances.
Every one of the
The first, at a summit in Helsinki in 2018, stunned the entire US.
Now, wouldn't it be nice to see a response? Like a well thought out, logical, intelligent response to a legit question? You're not blocked. Nobody blocked you. Just tell me. You'll never get that answer. There'll be no answers because there is no answer.
Intelligence community, when Trump sided with Vladimir Putin on the question of Russian interference in the US election.
President Putin was extremely strong and powerful in his denial today. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this, I don't see any reason why it would be, but
Well, I remember very vividly sitting there in the front row of the audience.
That's so annoying for somebody to have, an open platform right here to just answer a question. And to not give a logical response. Maybe you'll give me a response and I'll say, oh yeah, you're right. But silence is your answer?
Watching this, thinking to myself, my God, what are we going to do now?
My jaw hit the floor. I mean, that is an abhorrent statement to make.
That, in my mind, was a total surrender to our greatest adversary, which is Russia. And so I'm looking at somebody who will be willing to let a tyrant do whatever he wants in the world. And that's not what America's all about.
I just want everybody to take that as an example of when you ask a legit question, how there is no legit answer.
Trump later claimed he misspoke in the press conference with Putin. But then came his second statement that shocked US lawmakers and the intelligence community, when he said this year that if re-elected, he would encourage Russia to attack NATO allies who fail to pay their way.
Well, sir,
now that's why he got out of NATO, so they could do that stuff, and we wouldn't do anything. And I'm still waiting for that response of this person who wanted to come in here and say something, but not have a conversation between two Americans. I can't even comprehend it.
If we don't pay and we're attacked by Russia, will you protect us? I said, you didn't pay? You're delinquent? He said, yes, let's say that happened. No, I would not protect you. In fact, I would encourage them to do whatever the hell they want. You got to pay. You got to pay your
What a fucking dick. My opinion.
bills. That is not just the stupidest statement I've heard somebody make. It also, frankly, borders on being a traitor to our country. I mean, to basically say that an enemy, an adversary like Russia, ought to be able to attack other NATO countries and that we're not going to do anything about it, I think betrays our country.
You don't pay your bills, you get no protection.
That is tantamount to inviting aggression by Russia. And
it's disgusting. Man, their silence is that person's CCS just says it all. Should be ashamed of themselves. See, somebody like that shouldn't be allowed to vote because they don't know how to have a conversation about why they are doing what they're doing.
But you can bet that they took due note of it not only in the Kremlin, but in Beijing as well.
The NATO alliance is the most powerful military alliance in history. Forged in the wake of World War II, one of its central tenets is that signatories agree that an armed attack against one or more of them shall be considered an attack against them all.
So leaving us vulnerable to get to that, we get out of NATO, then all those countries that, you're in an agreement that if you attack one, then you're attacking them all. So now if we're attacked, none of these other countries are going to say, hey, you're on your own. One man is not an island. And yet, here we are.
If he carries through, as I fear he will, on his many times repeated threats to withdraw from NATO, I think it would be a catastrophic decision. The damage could be irreversible.
Russia knows that the outcome of the November election in the US will have massive repercussions for its own foreign ambitions. Most of all, its invasion of Ukraine. Donald Trump's former acting Homeland Security Secretary echoes his old boss.
I can't even with this person that came in here and said something and just won't respond. Can't have a conversation.
In questioning why America has to keep paying to help Ukraine defend itself.
Overall, we'd like to see that conflict come to a conclusion one way or another. What we've seen over the last several years of the Biden administration, which is more taxpayer dollars going to that conflict without any end goal. What is the goal at the end of the day? Instead, they continue.
Well, yeah, what is the goal? Why does Russia want to destroy Ukraine? What's their problem?
Need to ask American taxpayers to send our treasure, which is our funding and our taxpayer funding, overseas while we have severe challenges here at home. And I think that's when we get back to that America First approach.
If Trump were to essentially conspire with Putin to allow Ukraine to fall, he would be planting the seed for Putin moving into other democracies to try to get rid of them as well. So it's a frightening prospect.
Not for TCS, though.
Much has been made of Donald Trump's apparent admiration for autocrats like Vladimir Putin, Turkey's Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and North Korea's Kim Jong-un.
I'm Gordon Sondland. I served as the United States ambassador to the European Union from 2018 until 2020 in the Trump administration.
Gordon Sondland believes that a re-elected Donald Trump would be no pushover when it comes to standing up to dictators and despots.
I found
Wait, okay, so he'll be fine, but we won't be.
Two Donald Trumps. I found the show that was made for public consumption, and then I found the reality of sitting in small meetings, sitting in the car with him. I remember being with President Trump shortly after he met with Kim Jong-un, and the media was excoriating him over being too friendly, over not understanding what really North Korea is all about, as if, he was seduced by this short Korean man who is a murderer and a thug. And we were in the car, and I said, Mr. President, cutting through the bullshit, tell me
So this guy, he's for him, so I wonder why he's not still, his buddy. I don't know.
about Kim Jong-un. And he looked at me with a smile and he said, if that motherfucker had a knife, he could have gored me in the stomach. That told me everything I needed to know
Well, what
about
it should have told you is that if that guy had a knife, he would have gored him in the stomach. So then we would have been without a president and just seen that. So, hi, Angel Baby. But this guy thinks it makes him a tough guy. But it doesn't. It makes him lucky that that guy didn't have a knife to gore him in the stomach.
his soberness when it came to these people.
Trump's critics warn that he not only admires dictators, that he wants to be one.
I want to close the border and I want to drill. That's not. That's not.
And they point to
Who did, though?
his own words when he was asked this year about what he would do if he regained the presidency.
He says, "You're not going to be a dictator, are you?" I said, "No, no, no. Other than day one, we're closing the border and we're drilling. After that, I'm not a dictator."
So when he says he's a dictator for a day, he really means, look, I want to be dictator for life. I want to create a dynasty.
If he's trying to get rid of, democracy and voting and stay president for life, I mean, thank you, Angel Baby. I appreciate it.
Here for myself and my family, and I'm a human wrecking ball.
President Trump, he's taken this whole phony narrative about dictator, which I explained to you is going to be the furthest thing from the truth. We're trying to resurrect the last smidgens of democracy here.
Oh, go after Biden. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And this guy's what, 2 years younger than Biden? We did hear about it on and on and on. And I'm not saying Biden was the best choice, but he was definitely the lesser of two evils. But we haven't been given much choice lately at all.
But, he said, tongue in cheek, I'll be a dictator on two issues. One is energy, but two, the border. He's going to shut the border down. We just want to say me. We never get to say me. Very partial to Australians. Hi, I'm Paul Dans. I'm director of the 2025 Presidential Transition Project, otherwise known as Project 2025. I previously served under Donald Trump as his chief of staff at the Office of Personnel Management in his first term.
This is Paul Dan's first Australian television interview. He heads a coalition
965 pages
of conservative groups that's planning to help Donald Trump reshape democracy and to give him more power than any other peacetime president in American history. It's known simply as Project 2025.
Just to be clear, is it officially aligned or sanctioned by his campaign?
It's not officially. We are over 107 major organizations as a coalition coming together. So,
Yep. Heritage Foundation. All fucking rich people. And Trump denied he had anything to do with it, but now he doesn't deny it.
many of us did come from prior service in the Trump administration.
There's even a 920-page publicly available playbook outlining plans to transform the presidency, including to give Donald Trump unprecedented reach to take on his political enemies.
This book.
Now, why would they make a 920-page anything unless they already knew that he would win and how much they had, invested into this?
its agenda, the entire Project 2025 is a plan to unite the conservative movement and the American people against elite rule and woke culture warriors.
Project 2025 accuses this ruling class of faceless civil servants and unelected mandarins of thwarting Donald Trump's first-term agenda. To the former president, it's a cancer in the heart of American government.
All they had to do is say to him, look, buddy, you're going to get revenge on everyone you wanted to. And he was like, all right, whatever.
That he calls the deep state.
Either the deep state destroys America or we destroy the deep state. That's the way it's got to be.
Now, when we came in, I didn't use the phrase deep state. I thought it was a little bit tinfoil hatty, and no, I'm not going to use that. But then I saw it. It is stunning.
He fucking made that up. Trump, the deep state. What the fuck? He is so, in my opinion, anti-American and pro money for himself.
How the unelected bureaucracy thought they had a right to blockade a man chosen by 63 million Americans to be the president. It was stunning. It's true.
No. Unelected bureaucracy? No. That wasn't what happened, buddy. They investigated that. Yeah, so if he'd have lost this time, it would be the same shit. But since he won, because, they were purging shit, it's fine and dandy.
True stuff.
They want to disband or let go tens of thousands of government employees. They've got their legions of followers believing this great paranoia that we live in a deep state society, which is, of course, a bunch of complete nonsense. I'm Anthony Scaramucci. I was an acquaintance of Donald Trump for 20 years. When he was elected as president-elect, he named me to a 16-person executive transition team. And for 11 days in the White House, in the month of July of 2017, it was his communications director.
Wonder why only 11 days.
From being a supporter and a mouthpiece for Donald Trump, Anthony Scaramucci is now one of his fiercest and most outspoken critics. He believes Project 2025, with its plan to stack the public service with an army of Trump loyalists, will propel America into a dystopian future.
These are nonsensical un-Americans. Okay,
and this is all happening. This was 6 months ago. And this is all happening. And these are people who are for him, people who are against him, all politicians.
Against the values that the society has lived by. They're going to stress the system in a way that it hasn't been stressed since the American Civil War. And it's going to be hard on the country because, we're polarized.
On Inauguration Day, the 4 years ahead
Seems like an eternity.
it's not, because the left has engineered our government and institutions.
To reject conservative ideology. The 2020
Project 2025 is a new paradigm in helping a conservative president be ready to govern day one.
It's disgusting.
This is really an attempt by us as a movement to come together and get ready. It's a preparation.
And preparation has been underway for more than 2 years.
Our goal is to assemble an army of aligned, vetted, trained and prepared conservatives to go to work on day one, to deconstruct the administrative state.
Project
Disgusting.
2025 isn't some rabble operation. It's run by the influential and conservative Heritage Foundation.
We fight for America.
And it's already started vetting and training thousands of possible Trump appointees from across the United States.
We will succeed.
So they were already doing all this. All of this was already in plan.
We don't want the most successful person. We want the person who keeps getting knocked down and is indefatigable. I mean, I actually think of Aussies a lot like that they're always popping up to the top and they have this kind of shit-eating grin on their.
He only says that because the fucking show is done by Australians. He said, we like to think of Aussies like that.
Face. And it's like, that is like the kind of happy warrior that we want.
And have you got people signing up? You've got recruits on the go?
Yes, very much so. We have a database with over 10,000 people from all walks of life, entering into this, aspiring to serve.
What Donald Trump wants is our political stooges who will be loyal, not to the office of the president, but to the person of the president and whatever his dreams or whims are. My name is Erica Newland. I was an attorney at the Department of Justice under Donald Trump, and now I work for Protect Democracy, where I try to protect our country from the authoritarian.
Like, this is no joke. This is real.
Threat.
Erica Newland has investigated Project 2025, and she says it will deliver Trump a band of loyalists eager to carry out his agenda. What sort of questions do they ask potential appointees?
Here, let me read you a few of those questions. They ask them to weigh in on whether the president should be able to advance his or her agenda through the bureaucracy without hindrance from unelected federal officials. And that's a dog whistle, of course.
But they are elected federal officials.
And then they ask whether you agree that the federal government should recognize only two unchanging sexes, male and female, as a matter of policy.
So what do those sort of questions say to you about the sort of people that Project 2025 wants to recruit?
They want people who are unswervingly loyal to the Trump agenda, to his vision, and to him as a person, as well as to his and the movement's goal of subordinating those who don't look or sound like them.
And what will be left will be the grifters and the sycophants. Whatever his worst impulse is of the day, they will facilitate it. And
it's disgusting.
Enable it. Hi, I'm former Congressman Charlie Dent of Pennsylvania's 15th Congressional District. I served nearly 14 years in the Congress, 7 terms, and I did have a few run-ins with our former President Donald Trump.
Charlie Dent was one of the few Republicans in Congress who stood up to Trump as president.
I'm afraid if Trump were to win in 2024, those types of people, those adults, those people who would try to put some checks and restrain the worst impulses on the president won't be there.
The central.
They won't. And I was thinking to myself, I've been saying a lot, where's our politicians, like it's Hillary and Bill and this one and that one. How do we even know that they're still alive? I mean, I saw a fucking AI thing with, computer generated Taft, President Taft, talking. Like, he's been dead many years. So how would we even know?
The principle behind many of Project 2025's policies is that a democratically elected president is the American people's proxy, meaning it's the job of the thousands of unelected civil servants to carry out Trump's orders without question.
The great challenge confronting a Conservative president is the boldness to bend or break the bureaucracy to the presidential will.
You do have the First Amendment, but you can't encourage people to do acts that are in contravention of the Constitution. You can't come into administration and then sabotage the things the man elected by the people has.
But they're not really elected by the people, not when it comes to electoral college and stuff. That's not really being elected by the people. It's really not. It's really not.
Said we will do.
What we saw during the Trump administration is you saw career officials disagreeing with the president, disagreeing in the sense, and even going so far as to say, I'm going to disrupt or sabotage your agenda. I'm just looking at you. Okay. I'm Chad Wolf. I'm the former acting secretary of the Department of Homeland Security under President Trump. I'm the current executive director of the America First Policy Institute.
Former Cabinet Secretary Chad Wolf remains a Trump loyalist and is ready to serve once again if his old boss wins in November.
So this is, this isn't just all, people against him. I want you to keep that in mind. This is giving both views right here.
The America First Policy Institute he now leads is full of pro-Trump populists who all share Project 2025's vision of a civil service stacked with true believers. To achieve this, they're proposing a re-elected Donald Trump brings in what's called Schedule F, an executive order that would allow the president to fire people at will.
And the idea with Schedule F is very, very simple, which is if you're in a policy-making role and you're working against the president, we have the ability to remove you because
That's bullshit. And he just kept saying he had nothing to do with Project 2025.
that's how it should be, right?
After a campaign was launched by the Democrats warning of the dangers of Project 2025 to democracy, Donald Trump tried to distance himself from the group, insisting he knows nothing about it, despite reports his campaign has been briefed by its officials.
Have you spoken with President Trump? Do you have a relationship with him? Well, sure. In my personal capacity, I'm a Trump supporter and have been down the Mar-a-Lago many times. But we have integration with folks on the campaign. The reality is, yes, we often supply ideas and ultimately we hope to offer personal suggestions.
I would love to know if any of the people who voted for him read that 920-page Project 2025.
It's really going to be the engine room for the next administration. Many of these folks served and will be called upon to serve again. And I know President Trump's team will be receptive of it.
And Donald Trump will need an army of true believers if he's to implement his agenda.
We will reverse the Biden ban on natural gas exports. We're going to drill, baby, drill. That's what we're going to do. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We'll drill.
Did we tell you could drill, baby, drill?
Okay, thank you very much. I will pass landmark legislation. If India, China, or any other country hits us with a 100 or 200% tariff on American-made goods, we will hit them with the same exact tariff. On day one, I will sign a new executive order to cut federal funding for any school pushing critical race theory, transgender insanity, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political.
This guy is a motherfucker. That's taking away your civil liberties and your rights and your right to make your own opinions and stuff. That's what that is.
Content onto our children.
But Trump isn't just vowing to shake up policy. He's also promising to settle scores.
I am your warrior. I am your justice. And for those who have been wronged and betrayed, I am your retribution. I am your retribution.
I thought he was a peacetime president.
In Donald Trump's mind, there is no bigger target for retribution than the very agency that administers and enforces the law in the United States. And he's vowing to dismantle this key pillar of democracy, the US Department of Justice.
It's hard to find the most problematic agencies, but I think you'd have to put DOJ at the top. The reality is that agency is one of the key extensions of the deep state.
So,
you fucking made up that phrase, deep state. You made it up. You called it yourself. It sounded too tinfoil hat. But when you realized that you were dealing with a bunch of people that were like, yeah, we want to keep our guns and we're farmers and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. But they had no clue of what his agenda was going to be. Because they weren't reading a 920-page thing. There's no such thing as a deep state.
when I came in and I realized the deep state is real, I realized of all of these agencies and departments, the DOJ is the worst. The DOJ is.
Why is the DOJ the worst? Because they provide checks and balances. You guys keep using the word army and fighting and this and that against your own people.
Viper's nest of politically motivated individuals who see it as their fiefdom to serve the Democrat Party and their buddies.
No. There's people in those departments that are Republican and some that are Democrat. Even in the Secret Service, if you don't like the president that you have to protect, you still have to protect them and take a bullet for them. That's what they do.
We will completely overhaul the corrupt Department of Injustice to clear out all the communists who have weaponized government activities.
Calling them communists. I'm fucking
Erica Newland says she's seen the weaponization of the Justice Department already. As a lawyer in Trump's first term, her team worked to make sure his presidential executive orders were legal. The office handled orders like the so-called Muslim ban and the building of a wall along the border with Mexico.
That was extremely hard. I was helping an administration, a president who did not have any concept of democracy, who did not have.
Nope. Because he never wants to lose. Never. Because he was born rich with a silver spoon in his mouth. There's never been a day he's filled out an application or had to pick between putting gas in his car to get to work and make it through to payday to eat. Never. There's not been one fucking thing he's thought of or talked about so far that has anything to do with our best interests. In my opinion. If I'm wrong, come in and let me know.
Have any respect for the law.
Trump's supporters accused the DOJ of targeting the former president with bogus investigations and of stymieing both his first-term agenda and his bid for re-election.
Donald Trump has promised that if he becomes president again, he would harness the Department of Justice to go after the people he perceives as political enemies or as somehow disloyal.
I will appoint a real special prosecutor to go after the most corrupt president in the history of the United States of America, Joe Biden.
No. That's you. That's you, bud.
And the entire Biden crime family.
And then there's the long list of those he is accused of treason. We've talked about Trump pursuing his enemies. One of those he wants retribution against is the sitting president, Joe Biden. He said he will appoint a special prosecutor to go after Joe Biden. Do you think he'll come after you as well?
I think there's a chance of that. Nobody can accurately say how far Donald Trump would be willing to go after his enemies and what he'd be willing to do to them.
Donald Trump is an authoritarian threat to this country. There's a playbook that
I honestly think that somebody who, and I'm sorry, if they would have gotten Mike Pence or Nancy Pelosi in their hands, they would have killed them. That's my opinion. That's what they were yelling. That's what they wanted to do. So I don't think that it is beyond belief of us having to sit there and other people who would be in an authority, position to have to watch their, people they work alongside swinging, hanging. Right in front of the American public. How scared will we be? How scared? How scared do you think people are to send their kids to school that are a different color or something? How scared do you think those people are? Taking away free lunch from kids. How disgusting is that? That's a pittance to somebody like Elon Musk. He could probably provide free lunches for the next 50 years. But no, he wants that money. They want every fucking dime. And that's a fact.
that authoritarians use. They aggrandize executive authority. They politicize independent institutions. They quash dissent. They spread misinformation. They target vulnerable communities. They corrupt elections, and they stoke violence. Donald Trump has engaged in all 7 of these.
The former president has also hinted he would ignore America's most sacred document, the Constitution.
Do you throw the presidential election results?
6 months ago, he says that. And here he fucking is. So I'm sorry. Anybody who thinks they're patriotic voting for this guy and then using some argument about our founding fathers and this and that, Don't even fucking try it. Don't even fucking try it. Because, I mean, basically what you guys are saying is you'd go and attack Capitol Police with American flags. You'd shit and you'd piss there. I mean, seriously. Really. Stop it. If you love this guy, tell me why. Just tell me why. You don't have to stop talking to me. Just tell me why. Tell me why. Maybe you'll strike a chord and I'll say, oh, you know, you're right. But where is it? Where is it? I don't see it.
Of 2020 out and declare the rightful winner? Or do you have a new election? A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
He said, I mean, his words, that he intends to terminate parts of the Constitution. He didn't say which parts. He said he's going to be a dictator. And then he said, day one. What does that even mean? The Constitution does not provide for that.
But all those quote unquote patriots, all of a sudden they're like, fuck the Constitution. No, you are. You are. Don't pretend. Don't talk about founding fathers. Don't talk about any of that shit. Talk about how you would shit and piss on the Constitution.
I'm Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. I represent the 18th Congressional District in California. I served as a manager for the first Trump impeachment, and I served as a member of the January 6th committee that uncovered the fact that Trump was at the center of a wide-ranging conspiracy to overturn the American government.
Veteran Democratic Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren says it would be folly to brush off Donald Trump's apocalyptic rhetoric as hyperbole or showmanship.
I just want a simple answer of tell me why you voted. Don't tell me if you're going to say, oh, well, because I'm Republican and I've historically voted Republican. Is this anything to do with Republican or Democrat, really?
He said that he plans to send the military out into the country to round up people, I guess, who look like immigrants and put them in camps. So it's a shocking proposal. But one of the things I learned serving on the January 6th committee is to take Trump at his word, because he does mean to do what he says.
The Democrats said, please don't call them animals. They're humans. I said, no, they're not humans. They're not humans. They're animals.
They're not humans. They're animals. Walk around and say that to your friends. Go ahead. To the people that you know that could, you know, be perceived as an illegal because they're a different color or something. Go right up to them. You got balls of brass, right? Tell them they're not humans, they're animals. Go ahead. Do it.
One message that Donald Trump repeats over and over is the danger posed by undocumented migrants coming over the US southern border.
I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country.
It has become a rallying cry of his presidential campaign.
They're poisoning.
Migrants come to work and then they go back. That's what a migrant is. Please look up the fucking word, okay?
The blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world. They're pouring into our country.
Well, you know, poisoning the blood, that's a Hitler-esque statement.
But the man who was in charge of the border under Donald Trump defends the former president's rhetoric and says he's merely tapping into a deep fear about the type of people crossing into the United States.
When you see the public safety threats and the national security threats coming across that border, you see gang members from Venezuela. These are all individuals that ICE and Border Patrol pick up on a daily basis. These are bad individuals.
And yet they get back in and they go under tunnels and this and that. And who do you think is getting a lot of money from those cartels and stuff? Really?
We are the only developed nation in the world that has no borders. I mean, these numbers are quite, for normal countries, these numbers are...
Actually, we do have borders.
hard to ingest.
But how is it poisoning the blood of the country? I want to understand that.
Well, in many ways, fentanyl, because of Biden's border policies, poison.
Fentanyl is from China. Okay? I'm sorry, I did research on, because of the poppies in Afghanistan and the whole, opioids and everything. And then when that whole thing, the Taliban stopped it, okay? Believe it or not, because the U.S. legally was purchasing it. And when they couldn't get it anymore, China started with the fentanyl. And, because we're purchasing the shit legally. It is from China, yeah. They want to keep blaming Mexico. Because the U.S. was pissed they couldn't purchase legally anymore. What the fuck? Thank you, Angel Baby, for confirming that. Because, yeah, I mean, I keep hearing them saying that about, it's from Mexico. No, it isn't. Fucking Jesus, Pete, man, these.
Poisoning literally the blood of our nation. 110,000 Americans died of drug overdoses and fentanyl.
Then why don't you, mister, talk about why opioids was okay, legally purchased by the U.S. Why don't you tell us about that, buddy? Yeah, they are. And they ain't gonna stop all those pharmaceuticals. They're making too much money.
I mean, just think of that for a second.
The number of undocumented migrants coming over the southern border has surged under Joe Biden. According to government figures, of the nearly 8 million people stopped at the border in the last few years, around 100,000, or just over 1%, were convicted criminals.
Prove it. Prove it. Show us your studies. Show us your research.
Return to the White House, we will stop the plunder, rape, slaughter, and destruction of the American suburbs, cities, and towns. We'll stop the invasion on our southern border and begin the largest domestic deportation operation in American history.
This is sort of stuff that I find repulsive.
That's a piece of crap.
And you're talking about deporting 15 million citizens. I mean, who the hell are you? And even if they're not citizens, even if they're illegal, are you going to run around the country in some armored car like we're in The Handmaid's Tale?
Yes, he is. And using our military stuff. I mean, they were saying he wants to move on to what, C-17s or something that freaking cost like $852,000 for a 12-hour flight. This guy's a fucking idiot, in my opinion.
He said very clearly, I want to engage in the biggest mass deportation program in American history. How do you even begin to put forward a program and enact it.
Well, I think it's interesting. Let's talk about deportations a little bit, because I think those on the left hear that and say, "Oh my God, that sounds terrible." I don't understand how that sounds terrible. The idea of deporting individuals, removing individuals, or repatriating individuals that, again, don't have a legal right to be here, or
Did your grandmother have a legal right to be here, or did she come through Ellis Island, buddy? Why don't you go back through your fucking history?
perhaps are here because the law has been abused to get them here, they need to be removed from the country.
Donald Trump's rhetoric in the lead up to this election has invoked bloodbaths and bedlam. He's spoken of retribution and revenge, and he's promised to dismantle and destroy. Having been here for a while, I get the very real sense that the shock and the violence of Trump's language has worn off for many Americans.
Don't get that idea, buddy, because there's still some people who are patriots and care about their country and are fucking utterly disgusted.
But to those who know the man, there's a very real fear that a re-elected Donald Trump could just deliver on what he says.
I don't have to know the man to know the whole entire country has always disliked him. Why all of a sudden? And I don't know if it's because these people are like petrified and they just don't want to be, the minority of people who, actually stand for something, which is it's a fact. I mean, if a country is supposed to be a democracy, then why would you want to dismantle it? It just doesn't make sense for a guy who has no political experience in the least. It won't be long till we watch him go in the fucking treasury, take out the yes, I've heard that. Yep, I heard that before with the last one. Yep, absolutely, I did. Yeah, hear that. Terrible. I was so pissed at my friend when they said that. I said, "Are you fucking kidding me right now?" But it won't be long till we've got to stand there and watch Elon Musk roll up that Constitution and set it on fire right in front of us. And probably hang some of our politicians that have been career politicians. And that person who came in here, TSC or T, who gives a crap, comes in, says a statement, and then can't answer a question of why would Elon Musk have any kind of security clearance for anything? I don't even understand that. It just doesn't even make sense to me.
Donald Trump knows how to invoke emotions of people. He knows how to trigger that dark side of the human spirit.
And that's what's the scary thing about it. Because it's becoming the normal thing to have no compassion, no understanding, no sympathy, no nothing. But I don't think a lot of these people are understanding is that they're in that group of people that they don't fucking care about. They don't give a shit about it. Like I said the other day, I saw a truck, and on one side it was like, keep our guns. And then the other side was, support our farmers. And in the meantime, farmers are being hit hard. So what do you think now? You know?
My name is Timidiah Ganga Williams, and I served as Senior Investigative Counsel on the House January 6th Committee, which investigated the facts and causes surrounding the attack on the U.S. Capitol January 6th.
Insanity! I can vote through, it's on! You better run, cops! The 6th of January 2021 marked the lowest point of Donald Trump's chaotic presidency.
They still claim that was a peaceful protest.
Refusing to accept his defeat at the hands of Joe Biden, Trump told his supporters to march on the U.S. Capitol.
All a bunch of crazy looking motherfuckers there too, in my opinion. Psychos.
But we fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Fucking piece of shit. That's a piece of shit right there.
Leading up to the attack, he had knowingly lied about the election. Donald Trump did not think he won the election. He, in fact, knew he lost the election. He told people in his close circle that he had lost the election. So what he did instead, rather than accept the result, is that he fed lies to his supporters day in and day out, and he basically whipped them up into a frenzy.
They're using American flags to break the windows and attack them.
Holy shit! At least 5 people died in the attack, while more than 140 police officers were injured.
Rubber bullets everywhere.
Democratic Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren was in the Capitol building as the mob
Fucking disgusting. That's fucking disgusting.
surged in.
I think we came very close to the vice president being killed and probably members of Congress being killed. The rioters have made it clear that's what they intended to do.
Why weren't they tried for attempted murder? That's what I don't even understand. Sedition or whatever, you know? I mean, why weren't they tried for attempted murder? Because they did make it very clear that's what they wanted to do. People who defend that I am just, ugh.
We came very close to an actual overturn of the government. And clearly that's, Trump celebrates that.
Donald Trump denies inciting the January 6th riot and describes the House committee investigation as a witch hunt. But after the attack on the Capitol, many of Trump's closest confidants deserted him, believing he would never again be a political force. Now, even those like Gordon Sondland, who served Trump, who was fired by Trump, who even testified against Trump, and who said he could never forgive him over January 6th, are coming back into the fold.
I can't even believe. I saw somebody from our community put a thumbs up to, you know, the whole January 6th thing. And I'm like, do they even know who the Proud Boys, like, are? Do they know the historical, you know, black churches that on December 12th, 2020, they went around vandalizing and stuff? I mean, like, they don't like you, okay? I get it that you might have some money, so you maybe have always voted Republican and shit, but you do know that his, you know, stand down, stand by Proud Boys, they don't like you.
Many people are agonizing over this choice. And do you forgive Donald Trump for what he did on January 6th
No.
and vote for him knowing that for 4 years the country was in fairly decent shape?
So you're voting for Trump?
Absolutely.
The man you could never forgive.
Exactly. That's why it's such an agonizing decision. And I hope
You're only doing it because you're a pussy, dude. Because you're a pussy. But here's the thing, buddy. Do you still, like, I mean, like, it is facts, yeah? It's facts. Absolute facts.
he learned his lesson from January 6th.
In the lead up to this November's election, Donald Trump has repeatedly promised that he would use his presidential powers to pardon hundreds of people convicted over the Capitol riot.
We will. Hundreds. 1,500 to be exact.
Treat those people from January 6th fairly. We will treat them fairly. And if it requires pardons, we will give them pardons.
Motherfucker would have had vice president swinging from a fucking noose.
So you believe they're hostages like President Trump?
Absolute political prisoners. Utterly.
Do you agree with the pardoning of them?
If anyone who didn't, hit a policeman or, break through the doors, utterly, completely.
But there was over 1,600 that were inside the building, buddy. So you're going to go through each and every one of them, bud? I doubt it.
Full and unconditional pardon. Absolutely.
Emboldening the former president even further was a Supreme Court ruling this month that Donald Trump has broad immunity from prosecution for official acts carried out in his role as president. In a dissent.
That's disgusting. I can only imagine how threatened the people who are letting this shit go by must be. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. It wouldn't surprise me if, their dog wasn't dead on their porch and they weren't getting, threats.
Opinion, one justice warned that the president is now a king above the law. The decision almost certainly means Donald Trump will not go to trial on charges of subverting the 2020 election before this November's poll.
But what about everything else he did that broke the law?
If the case is unresolved, he could direct Department of Justice to not proceed with the charges. The new Attorney General could order that and could dissolve the investigation. And I think it makes the election its own kind of jury, because I think the American people will have to make a determination as to his culpability without the benefit of a jury going first.
Well, that's ridiculous, because none of us get that. None of us can just do that.
Hello, welcome back. Hey, right now, 2D. Well, that's good. We can talk about Iran with him.
What seems certain is that the next heads of crucial departments that oversee the treatment of immigrants or insurrectionists will be chosen by Donald Trump's most trusted allies.
His article was strange.
That could very well include Sebastian Gorka, who's already spoken to Trump about a possible role.
I said to him, sir, most exciting for me would be national security, but the most important would be personnel. We know who the real Trump.
Are you a citizen, buddy?
Supporters are, who America First are. The John Boltons who were brought in and then can't wait now to go on CNN to slag off the president. The John Boltons of the world will not be inside the building.
Slag isn't an American word. Can you show us your documents that you're a citizen? Dude, can you? See, if I was the one doing this interview with him, that's what I'd ask him. You got your documents? Are you a citizen?
But it is the most important thing. God willing, if we win, personnel.
Doesn't the president, though, if it's Donald Trump or whoever, need people in there who will challenge his view and sometimes say, no, Mr. President?
This isn't a question. No, this is not a question of yes, man. This is not having subversives.
In his inaugural speech in 2017,
Please raise your right hand.
the newly elected president, Donald Trump, vowed.
See that one, he put his hand on the Bible. Oh, I would. I'd be the last person they'd want to be fucking sitting in front of, because, Motherfucker didn't even put his hand on the Bible this time. So it's not like, oh, it's my first time doing it, I don't know, I didn't know. That's indicative of something.
To end what he called American carnage.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my...
Instead, his reign brought American democracy to the brink. Many believe that if Donald Trump once again wins office, he will push the United States over the precipice.
So help me God. Congratulations.
So help us, God.
Donald Trump does not believe in the Constitution. He does not believe in the rule of law. He does not believe in free and fair elections. He's a liar, and he doesn't believe in America as a world leader. I think
My opinion.
that's what will decide the next election.
You go back and read the writings of the founding fathers, they designed the system to elect the president of the United States as a system to weed out nefarious individuals.
These motherfuckers be quoting shit, like, or not quoting, but throwing in my face, oh, look at the Revolutionary War. Don't even try it. First of all, they dressed up like fucking Indians to incite hatred for the Indians when they were throwing all the tea overboard. Then after that, when they weren't really, like, paying the revolutionary soldiers and stuff, and so when they went back to their farms and then the taxes went up because to pay for the Revolutionary War, and these guys were stretched thin, they wanted to put them all in debtor's prison. So don't even. If you're gonna fucking talk about shit that you're prepared with your, research and shit. Don't be just fucking spouting off some dumb shit.
Donald Trump comes into the presidency intent on detonating those guardrails, he's probably going to be successful.
He's their great white hope or their great orange hope. He is the orange.
For anyone to justify hanging the vice president on Capitol Hill in front of the American public. I don't know how you I don't know. I can't even. Like, you would have been all like, what? Clapping? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Hang him. Let him swing. Is that what you would have done? Yes, it is. If you're okay with it, then that's what you would have done.
Wrecking ball that can smash into these institutions that they feel have been unfair to them. He's an avatar for their anger, and they'll stay with him no matter what. He said once that he could shoot people on Fifth Avenue. And
motherfucker is painting over the walls of the FBI, what was Quantico or something, painting over the integrity and all of their, what they swear to do. Like, why? Why is that? Supporters, come on, tell us. Integrity, is that a bad word? Stop pretending that, you love this guy and you voted for him because, I don't know, like, you're doing it out of political reasons, because you're not. You would have fucking clapped while our vice president was hung in front of your faces. Come to terms with that about yourself. Come to fucking terms with that about yourself. You're okay with people going into our historical buildings and taking a piss and shitting. Now they want to tear them down and shit. You're okay with, purging and cleansing the Gaza Strip because it's fine waterfront property. You're okay with all that shit. I'm not just saying it and making it up. I'm playing it for you. And if you don't like me anymore because of it, Then I guess you'd clap if I was hanging from somewhere too, right? And think you were okay as a person. Yeah, she deserved it. She didn't like Trump. That's what you would say, right? Is that you want to come to terms with that about yourself? Snap the fuck out of it because you're no patriot. You are killing our country. Left us vulnerable. When you take us out of NATO, then if all of a sudden we're losing and being attacked and we're losing, they ain't coming to our aid. You get it? You get it? I can people need to have aptitude tests before they fucking vote, and that's for a fact.
He wouldn't lose a sliver of support. He's right.
Yeah.
What do you say
He said it himself.
about the potential return of Donald Trump? What do you say to your fellow
in the middle of the
Americans?
street?
What it would mean for the
That's what he said.
That they feel have been unfair to them. He's an avatar for their anger, and they'll stay with him no matter what. He said once that he could shoot people on Fifth Avenue and he wouldn't lose a sliver of support. He's right.
Gross. Now, I want you to realize that about yourself. That you're in agreement with somebody. That if somebody left maybe a baby of a different color on your doorstep, you're going to throw it out, call it an animal. It's trash. Animal. You're racist. And I don't care what color you are. You're supporting that shit. You're racist. And what do you represent? Thank you, Sophia. I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are words of encouragement, and they mean a lot. And people who do speak up or who rewatch and speak out. And I understand it might be hard because maybe the people that you're friends with, they're hi drowsy doll. You know, maybe they're, for all this, but I care about our country. And I care about the people in it. And I know that it won't be long before our voices are silenced. So I'm going to keep talking. And I hope we all do. Because I'm not doing this because I hate this person. I'm doing it because I love this country. It wouldn't matter who it was. They do. They have their right to their own opinion. But if they're going to sit there and be okay with watching the vice president get hung on TV, there's something broken. There's something broken. Because everybody knows if they would have got their hands on either one of them, they would have killed them. Everyone knows. Everyone knows that.
What do you say about the potential return of Donald Trump? What do you say to your fellow Americans? What it would mean for the United States, its institutions, and of course its democracy?
I'm not sure the country will survive it, honestly. If he really does intend to do the things that he says, we would not have the kind of democratic republic that we've enjoyed.
I don't think everyone hates me because of it. But I do think that it's sad that there is some people who don't speak to me anymore because what I've been doing commentary on lately, and because I still, like them people, and if they could speak to me and say, well, but this is why I feel this way. I saw somebody put, maybe if people listen to him, they might understand what they're saying. No, well, listening to him, I'm not liking anything. So if there's somebody that I like and they come in and they say something, maybe they'll get through to me, but they don't. They don't want to do that. They They want to just say, well, then we don't like you because it's safer for them. They would all turn their backs on us if it came down to, you like these people who didn't vote for him? Nope. Yeah, thank you, Angel Baby. I appreciate that. I don't think that people with opinions that murder is okay in front of the American public and killing basically our whole country. Like he has left us so vulnerable. So vulnerable. If anyone, God forbid, ever like another country attacks us, there's no country coming to help us. That was the point of NATO was, if they attack somebody in that, in NATO, then they attack all of us. He pulled us right out of it. We're so fucking vulnerable. He is just making people just fucking. I think people are watching it all break down like they did back in the 30s. That's what's happening here. That's what's going on. And it's sad. It's devastating.
For over 200 years.
That was the fakest shit I've ever seen in my whole life. Somebody supposedly getting, an attempt at their life, and exactly. Like none of them read that 920-page fucking 2025 Project 2025. I mean, and that was so discerning. I mean, I read 200 pages of it, and I was like, oh my God, do they know that this is going on? And then all he had to do was say, I don't have nothing to do with it. Who the fuck ends school lunch programs? Kind of fucking piece of shit. You know? Like, guy's got a fucking ketchup pack fucking little smash on his face. Yeah, fight, fight, fight. Yeah, buddy, sure, whatever you say.
Shots have been fired. There are fears that the great American experiment in democracy could give way to a surge in political violence.
The fear I have is that no matter what the candidates do, there are going to be people in this country who are going to be very unhappy. And that's why I worry about civil disorder. I'm not saying civil war, I'm saying civil disorder. There could be, some kind of, violent acts that, would be really problematic for the country.
Yeah, there is. They'll be fucking banging at our doors soon.
I think we're building a city on a hill. I think this is going to be a great culmination of our 250th birthday and the President Trump in office really being that beacon of democracy across the entire world. This is the greatest experiment in human history for advancing.
We don't want an experiment, buddy. We don't want an experiment.
And freedom across the globe.
He's a former president who led an armed rebellion against his own country. An armed rebellion that, if it had succeeded, would have resulted in the murder of sitting senators and members of Congress. And
yeah. That's a fact right there. And these people are like, we love him. We love him. That wouldn't have been fucked up. We love him.
potentially the murder of his own vice president. I think we have to talk about the threat in those terms. So he's already effectively taken up arms against his own nation. The question is whether the American people are going to put him in a position of power again to finish the job. That's the real question.
They've already proven that a shitload of fucking votes and stuff got purged. And stuff. And then Kamala, she was, when they go low, we go high. Oh, fuck that. Because we're going to die.
Next time on Four Corners, the big issues dominating voters' minds.
So they're heading for the end of the fence, over.
Affirmative.
Fucking guy's about 90. He's about one of the bench. It's really bad.
Jermaine struggled for years with dental issues before finally finding Nuvia. Listen to what he wanted most after his smile makeover.
We are just 1 week into Donald Trump's second term, and there are some people very excited about it. You can probably tell from the B-roll that they're not the best people, but yeah, no, neo-Nazis are apparently very psyched, very hyped about the opportunity now presented to them to get their message across, to do recruitment, to not be as restrained on social media as they might have been. And so we're going to start off with a little bit of video of the Patriot Front rallying in D.C.
That's just disgusting.
DC. This is during the annual March for Life, where both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were there. So here's a little bit of footage of that.
Donald Trump and the vice president were there? Is that what he just fucking said? Is that what he just said?
Life, where both Donald Trump and J.D. Vance were there. So here's a little bit of footage of that.
Wow. Oh my God. How did they all get matching jackets? That's fucked up. Okay.
Oh, so they can wear masks. But anyway, look, not a big fan of them, obviously, but I do want to give credit to Donald Trump and J.D. Vance because they actually stopped their prepared remarks to make clear that those sorts of organizations are unacceptable, that there will be no tolerance for that sort of hatred and violence. So let's go to that footage now. I'm joking. No, of course, that's the thing that happened.
Oh my God, I was almost blown away. And he was kidding.
Probably be in the administration soon. But anyway, they are excited. And so
oh my God, they really didn't do that. They let him do it. Oh my God. I was like blown away when he said that they made an announcement that wouldn't be tolerated. And he was kidding. They didn't. Holy shit.
One neo-Nazi account on Telegram posted, "Be ready to cash out the next 4 years. Get the bag. Infiltrate existing institutions with power. Build new institutions while we have breathing room. And tear down anything leftist." Goes on to say the left is exhausted, which, not untrue. But anyway, extremely unpopular and has been divested from by their tech bro backers. When were the tech bros ever boosting the left? Anyway.
Yeah, really? When was that ever happen?
Now is the time to openly advocate for ourselves. Now is the time to go from defense and survival towards organizing and swift action. And you even have big organizations.
That's a fucking threat right there, man. And this motherfucker is all like, oh my God.
Like the Aryan Freedom Network. This is a neo-Nazi political organization that has chapters all over the country saying that we're going to go track down companies harboring these illegal migrants. And so they not only want to organize for their own sake, but they want to get involved in some of the marquee policies of the Trump administration. And you can sort of see, Tori, why they might be excited. Not only has Donald Trump said that these organizations like the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, maybe there's a role for them in politics these days.
Holy mother of God.
Now that he's released some of them from prison, but Elon Musk has been doing vigorous, 1940s era calisthenics on stage. And so if I were them, I'd probably be excited too. But what do you make of all this?
Well, I do want to say, first off, I'm a very proud Jewish woman. I dye my hair blonde, so you can't really understand and see that. But yeah, I am a very proud Jewish woman. And I went on Instagram on daytime.
I'm in shock.
Talk After Dark. It's about it at 1 million views right now. And I called out what I saw, which was the Nazi salute. And I saw it twice, and I saw it with conviction. And then I saw Elon Musk go to the AfD, which is a hard right-wing party in Germany, and speak about not feeling the guilt of the past in Germany. So all of these patterns are leading to what I call the playbook. International Holocaust Remembrance Day was on the 27th yesterday, which was making this all the more sort of uncomfortable and the wound a little bit deeper. But I want to be clear about something. We as Jews always say we will remember. And many people say, why do you want, of course, you don't want it to happen again, of course. Why we remember, John, is because normal people started to comply with really horrific things. And the normalcy of that is what we remember. So I want people to understand it doesn't start with gas chambers. I mean, we say Nazis and we picture that immediately. It starts with two things I like to talk about. One would be distrust, which is distrust anybody but me. So you distrust the scientists, you distrust the
I'm supposed to let them do that.
doctors. You distrust the press. This is all Machiavellian, very sort of Mussolini, Hitler-esque of that realm. That's the playbook. Then you move on to dehumanization of the people. So it's calling them aliens again, mass deportations, ratting you out to ICE. All of these
calling them animals.
So this sort of fertile ground that is what started in Germany during that time. So the neo-Nazis, as you so well put it, are feeling that the ground is softening, right? The imagery of a Heil Hitler being applauded by a billionaire oligarch and not condemned immediately by anybody.
I've had some people who haven't spoken to me since I said that was a Heil Hitler.
Is softening the ground for imagery like that, for the institution of separating people from animalistic words or vocabulary. All of this is just such a certain playbook that, as I would say, Jews were particularly attuned to that because we've seen it before and because it's so obvious about what the outcome is. So I will say this clearly. When Nazis feel like there's breathing room, that's dangerous for everybody. For everybody. So when you have a teacher...
For everyone.
Calling in to ICE saying, I got kids here that don't speak English, and you're ratting people out to a police force, there's no way to go or where to go except to have memories of 1939. I will also remind people, Hitler, when he became chancellor on the first
1933 is when it's really started.
Day, pardoned 8,000 violent Nazi war criminals. So all of this is really a melting pot that leaves the door ajar for those far right-wing neo-Nazis to step up a little bit. Maybe they don't show their face, but they're going to be on DC soil. And so it's all the hint of it coming back and normalizing it all.
They're not
That's
even
what
supposed
scares
to
me.
be in DC. That's what that judge said.
Family, the people I go to synagogue with, and allies, for instance. That's what scares me. The softening of the ground is the same playbook as before.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the teacher. Like a lot of people have said, like there were other times in history where people were ratting out their neighbors to the strong man. Like, yeah, that doesn't typically end well. Doesn't typically make you the good guy in that story. And you point out that they're still wearing the masks. I obviously mock that, but yeah, I guess when they take the masks off, that will be a scary moment. Not only because of what most of these guys probably look like, but also it'll signal a further softening. And on that softening, I said this last week as part of my therapy that I do in real time. Everybody's declaring, in the first term, we said it wasn't normal. Well, now it is. Now it's been normalized because people voted for that. No, it's more common. That doesn't make it normal.
Yeah, hatred is more common. You'll probably end up getting her too, Sophia. I love that name, Sophia. That's a great name.
It doesn't make it right. It doesn't make it acceptable as long as we say that it isn't. And none of this should be normalized. None of this will be normalized as long as we refuse to accept that. Members make a difference here at TYT. You help make the show happen, and we see you in the chat with your loyalty badge. Click the join button to We are just 1 week into Donald Trump's second term, and there are some people very excited.
It's very, very scary. I'm trying to see if I can find that. I was looking for where they were saying about oh, Mary Trump. Yeah, I think I've seen a couple of her things. And you know he'll go after her, though. In my opinion, I think he will. Oh, but this is it right here.
No one seems to know this, but Amazon actually has a $50 million fund that they have to pay out every single.
Because as the borders are openly.
Legislators in Tennessee just voted to charge any elected representatives in Tennessee who vote against Trump's policies with a Class E felony. A Class E felony. Elected officials who are elected to represent constituents and people who live in Tennessee are now going to be charged with felonies if they disagree with the king.
Isn't that fucked up?
I know that we all knew this was revolutionary times, but what are we doing during the revolution? Are we just shaking our heads? Are we living in fear? Or are we taking action?
Sometimes the actions that MAGA state representatives carry out are even more extreme than the policies that the Trump administration tries to pull off.
The Constitution and rip it up, because that's what you're doing. You're creating a very dangerous precedent of attacking the speech and debate clause of the U.S. Constitution. We took an oath just a few weeks ago to vote against any legislation that is injurious to the people and erodes their rights and privileges. You are violating your oath to both the U.S. Constitution and the Tennessee Constitution, and it is shameful what is happening here today. This is serious. We're going after elected officials based on how they vote. Imagine, we've already tried to expel them based on what they say. Now we're going after people for how they vote. This is wrong. It's a violation of everything we stand for. And so we just did the Pledge of Allegiance. That was we might as well just take that down now, because this
is crazy.
The other aspect of combating Donald Trump's agenda and Project 2025 is going to have to, unfortunately, we're going to rely upon the efforts of advocacy organizations and ethics watchdogs like Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington. This is a group right here in Washington, D.C. that does amazing work to hold politicians and people in government accountable when they step out of line and they act unethically. And that's just what they're doing here. And this is going to be the first test of one of the IGs that remain after Donald Trump fired more than a dozen of them in a late Friday night thing, hoping that the media would not, that the news cycle would end and no one would talk about it anymore. Fortunately, there are people in independent media like David, like myself, like Brittany Page, like Farron Cousins, like so many others who will talk about these things, who won't let a Friday night story die. We're going to keep talking about it on Monday. This is why independent media is important. This is also why groups like Crew and other advocacy groups are also important. They've written a letter to Horowitz, the Department of Justice IG, asking him to look into, to investigate the deletion of January 6 databases that they say breaks the law. Here's their headline on their website. Deletion of January 6 charges database appears to violate the law. The Department of Justice's removal of a database detailing criminal charges and convictions related to the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol from its website appears to be...
That's fucked up. No creamer. That's fucked up too, Angel Baby. Use ice cream.
illegal. Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington sent a letter to the Archivist of the United States and the Inspector General of the Department of Justice, urging them to take action and investigate the likely violation of federal law. On January 20th, 2025, President Trump pardoned more than 1,500 people charged for crimes related to their conduct in and around the January 6th.
I can't believe this motherfucker is deleting stuff off the fucking internet and shit. I just can't believe that.
Attack of the United States Capitol, including many who violently assaulted police officers. Following the pardons, the DOJ removed a database that included information on all related cases prosecuted by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia. Deleting the database appears to violate 44 U.S. codes.
That's fucked up. But he's been deleting databases for the past couple of days. That would probably still work. Tastes like strawberry coffee. Give it a try. It'd be like a coffee float.
Subsection 3106, which requires that agencies notify the archivist upon the removal or deletion of federal records. There is no indication that the DOJ reported the deletion to the National Archives and Records Administration. This is problematic for a number of different reasons. One, and less important, is the fact that Donald Trump's DOJ, Department of Justice, the law enforcement arm of the executive branch of the government, isn't aware or is more likely skirting the law, ignoring the law.
Oh, you can't. Then why do you even have ice cream? That's just like torturing yourself, looking at ice cream but you can't eat it. You'd have to eat Lactaid.
The law, breaking the law, violating federal law relative to records retention. That's a problem. The other element of this is that Donald Trump is attempting to rewrite history. He believes that if he makes an executive order that says Biden's to blame for the plane crash, it makes it so. It changes history. He also believes that if they delete the records of the database, Americans will forget and it'll be easier to rewrite history of the attempt.
This motherfucker's gonna delete all kinds of shit. What a fucking douche. I swear to God, in my opinion.
To overthrow the United States government, their failed coup attempt, their violent insurrection against the Capitol, their attempt to overthrow the government by way of overturning a free and fair settled American election. It's a problem.
Don't undermine it. Attempt of murder.
The DOJ's removal of this database is squarely in line with President Trump's ongoing efforts to rewrite.
Yes, drive safely. Don't look at the screen.
Or erase the insurrection and likely violates federal law. Crew urges NARA and the DOJ IG to investigate and take appropriate action, including instructing the agency to issue a report in accordance with federal requirements. Here, I'll just throw the 3 pages up on the screen for you to pause.
So
And
they fucking deleted it. Can they bring it back?
peruse if you'd like. But this will be the first test of whether Donald Trump's attempt to silence IGs, to strike fear into the IGs that remain, that they might lose their jobs. We're going to see if Horowitz has the mettle. We're going to see if the archivist pushes this issue. This is criminal. Donald Trump is engaging in criminal activity at the behest of the January 6th insurrectionists to cover for them and to cover for his portion of the crime as well.
everything he does.
Imagine having access to the same plans that thousands of woodworkers are raving about. Ted's 16,000.
As far from the border as Chicago, schools are also in the grip of terror that Men in Black could soon be busting down the door and trying to round up kids and send them God knows where, some country. A Chicago elementary school just turned away agents that they feared were from ICE. Now, it turned out they weren't from ICE. They were still government agents. They were from the Secret Service, okay? And so
What the fuck were they in there for?
around 11:15 a.m., the agents attempted to enter Hamline Elementary School, and the school officials initially said that the agents were from ICE. ICE denied it. They later learned that they were from Secret Service. So there's a little bit of a miscommunication. I don't know if it was on the part of the school or if the Secret Service was like, well, ICE is now allowed to go into the schools, so maybe we could just claim
Why are they targeting schools?
that we're them and then they'll let us in. You should know that this particular school, more than 90% of the students are Latino, about 2/3 are English learners. And so I guess this is supposed to be better. That we thought it was ICE and it turned out no, it was the Secret Service trying to get into the school. I'm not sure you're going to think it's better when you find out why the Secret Service was going there. So they said they were searching for an 11-year-old who posted an anti-Trump video. They said they visited.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
A home and they were told the person was a student at Hamline. Okay, so look, that sounds bad. Now they say the posting of the video constitutes a threat against one of the people they protect, presumably Donald Trump. So I guess they were so worried about this 11-year-old posting some video that they sent literal like agents into the school to question them, pull them out of the school. What did they think that this 11-year-old was going to do? If you're worried about threats to Donald Trump, I've been paying attention.
First of all, motherfucker, you can't be fucking doing that shit without their parents around. And show us what the fucking video was. We need to know if, we're all in fucking jeopardy.
Attention to the news. You don't need to worry about 11-year-olds. You need to worry about people in the MAGA movement because they're the ones taking pot shots at him. Maybe go talk to some of them. They rally all the time. You can find gatherings of them. It's not difficult. And so anyway, the district now says they do not share family immigration status with ICE and they will only allow ICE agents into schools.
I don't give a shit about that. I want to know why the fuck people can't. Hey, come on now, an 11-year-old?
With a criminal judicial warrant signed by a federal judge, and access will not be granted based on administrative warrants or detainers. So we'll see. That's what they're saying now. That's what they're saying 1 week in, JR. But we know Donald Trump is going to need this, both to, I guess, make good on promises he made, but also far more importantly, distract people from the utter devastation his economic policies are going to wreak. And so they're going to try to stop them while they can. But I assume that that's going to be difficult. But what do you think?
Continue paying attention, you guys, because this is the next
Why
level.
the fuck are they targeting schools? Those kids don't even know what the heck immigration is and stuff like that. I mean, the fuck is wrong with these fucking assholes?
I love it. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't ICE that showed up at this school looking for an 11-year-old. It was just the Secret Service. As you asked, then what? Then what happens? Detainment, question them, or maybe just this makes news so that there's this intimidation factor, all the way down to 11-year-olds. I would love.
Yeah. What? Oh my God, they're so lucky that wasn't my kid. Holy moly.
Maybe there's another publication that showed what the details of this video was. That this
I looked. I have not been able to find out, but
no, they won't. Whether it was actually as devastating as they said it was, or if it was just something that's always floating around the internet, and then the kid did it as well. But you know who else they don't go after when they get any kind of sensitive information behind maybe something that they're planning? School shooters. Sometimes we see some of these shooters.
Oh, isn't that on? Yeah, they put it all over fucking their social media. School shooters before they do it. From what I've been seeing, they don't go after them. Are you fucking, hey man, are you kidding?
As we find their manifestos and we discover that, federal authorities had been warned about some of these things or plans that they had. There have been people that have been busted up before they get to that point. But what they don't send is a bunch of Secret Service agents to go to the school beforehand and break the whole thing up. We hear about a lot of times these folks threaten schools. It happens somewhat regularly.
Yeah, he's right there, man. He is absolutely right.
Folks that we're not concerned with, ironically, in this Republican pro-life party are children that are in school learning, or at least maybe not these kids, because 2/3 of them are English learners and 90% of the population there are those Latinos, which of course don't matter as much as other folks. Who cares if they're citizens or not? None of that was pointed out. But in these instances, we're coming after folks because of who they are and where maybe their parents or grandparents came from. Are we seeing it yet? Like, keep paying attention. This is why woke was turned into this term that had nothing to do with its original meaning, which was be aware of what.
I feel like they don't know anything else unless their parents tell them about a time when our votes used to matter and people cared and how disgusting it was to see our vice president almost hung on Capitol Hill. Anything in history has to be kept alive by. I'm telling you, I'm seeing, like, what do they call them? Like, what are they, like, now Gen Z or something? The ones that are like the little kids, and you see them screaming on planes or whatever when people have to put away their devices, and they're fucking screaming. I mean, I'm like in shock when I'm seeing people just handing their kid here, play with that. Like, come on, man, talk to your kid. You're in the car, like, put the fucking thing away and talk to him. Have a conversation. Like, the fuck is with these? I just can't even.
What those folks in power that want nothing to do with your life are doing, because they're doing it right in front of you. And if you don't pay attention, you'll become a victim of it. That's what woke meant. But, folks that have always been in positions of privilege and oppression don't ever have to deal with that. But check it out. More and more of those folks that never had to.
Well, I think that we're all kind of oppressed now, buddy. I mean, really, you got to stop putting it to, just one group, because we're all fucked. One time I was at Dairy Queen and I saw these two parents, and the little kid, he looked about 4 or 5, maybe 6, I don't know. But both parents, they weren't eating, but he was. And both parents were on their phones, on their devices. And he wasn't on a device, he was eating. And he was eating with his mouth wide open. And I felt like he was doing it on purpose, just hoping one of those parents would notice. But neither one were talking to each other or to him. So what the fuck, man? Come on, man. Time's gonna fly like that. They're gonna be an adult soon, and you'll say, "Where'd the time go?" Or maybe they won't. Maybe they won't care. We can't come together because, like I said, as soon as I had said that I felt that Elon had done the Nazi salute, people who I thought were my friends just stopped talking to me. It's like, they just, because they think, and I think, and I think they know, and we know that it will come a time where if you're not ratting out your neighbors for, not liking Trump or something, then they're gonna be in a they're gonna be in trouble. You know what I mean? So that's what that lady was saying. Like, because you start watching, normal people do things and go along with things that you're just like, wow, you can't even talk to me anymore. You know, and they won't. Like, it doesn't matter if we voted differently. They could talk about what they like about him. How are we ever supposed to know why they voted for them if they just keep saying he's going to make a change? And we're just like, yeah, a bad one. Because they're not even discussing with us What is he doing for you? I mean, you know?
Deal with it, they're going to start to get a taste of what folks who are traditionally oppressed in this country have always felt. We're used to it. We've seen it.
Yeah, you're so right. And look, the thing for me that connects these two is like, oh, law enforcement can go into a school under certain circumstances, not if there's an active shooter. It's their job to. Then they just circle it, do a perimeter
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
around it. But if the kids' parents don't have papers or whatever, if they shared a video on TikTok or something, then real brave, kicking down the door. By the way, you mentioned shooters and all that. So we didn't talk on the show about the Nashville school shooting, but they had because in America we just let these shootings happen.
Isn't that crazy? And most of those people put their fucking manifestos or they're standing up pictures with guns and everything. And there's nothing.
Happen, and we're never ever going to ban the guns.
And the thing is like the people who are my friends and then stop talking to me, I don't think they realize the hurt. Right near the 80th, the 80th anniversary of the liberation of them. And I don't know if they understand what that really means. That I just don't understand.
Since you can't ban the guns, you just do some other BS or whatever, like lock the doors or bar the doors or don't have doors. It's just brick all around. So they'd spent $1 million on an AI system to detect guns.
Of course they did. Of course they did. They couldn't use a fucking metal detector. Works at the fucking courthouses. Oh, God.
It failed. And I am both shocked and chagrined. $1 million.
Crazy.
You know what would have been great? Make it so the kid could have a gun. I think that would be a great idea. Maybe we'll try it in 100 years or something, if there's anything left of us.
Maybe stop complaining about failed schools when we absolutely are taking more money from them to give to folks like this to create things that don't work.
Yeah, the schools haven't failed. We have failed the schools, and we are continuing to fail them. And again, we're going to spend a whole hell of.
This E380 is the most technologically advanced product in the United States. The new version of the E380 has been upgraded.
President Donald Trump signed yet another executive order just yesterday. In this case, the executive order would cancel visas and deport international students who committed the irredeemable crime of expressing support for Palestinians and calling for an end to the genocide in Gaza. That's unacceptable. But
okay, well, first of all, the genocide in Gaza was from, Hamas, in my opinion. But he's looking at it like prime real estate. Prime waterfront real estate. That's exactly what he said. Exactly what he said.
So Elon Musk, the Tesla CEO, could be in real big trouble as advertisers and consumers could bankrupt the guy. That's the subject of today's video. And check out this headline here. Musk X adds Nestle, Colgate, Shell, other brands to ad boycott suit. So basically, if you follow the story, you'll know that Elon Musk bought Twitter.
So what does that mean? He's putting a lawsuit against us?
Then let a bunch of bots, crazy right-wingers, not safe for work stuff, all this basically stuff you don't want to advertise on. And then all these advertisers pulled out. Elon Musk got really, really mad at everyone, said F you to advertisers. And then obviously more advertisers pulled out. Then in response, Elon Musk then sues advertisers.
Get the fuck out. He's suing advertisers because they don't want to advertise on his platform.
For not advertising on his platform. Basically, he's really angry that you're not giving him money. Now, does this sound like someone who is in a good financial situation? I don't think so. That's how I read that. Because if you're the richest person in the world and your company's doing fine, what do you care if some companies pull out? You've got plenty of money. You're doing great.
He cares because that would confirm that he was doing the wrong thing. It's not because he doesn't have money, buddy. He cares because he wants to control people.
Great. but instead he's suing yet more companies, adding them to the lawsuit. These are the ones that he's adding. It's actually quite interesting. He's adding Nestle, Abbott Laboratories, Colgate Palmolive, Lego, right? The toys.
Palmolive? It's Palmolive. It's Palmolive, okay, buddy? You're soaking in it.
That makes sense to me when I saw that one. I was thinking, okay, Musk Twitter is definitely not for kids. It's definitely not family friendly. Lego shouldn't be advertising on that platform, hence they pulled out. Pinterest is not advertising, Tyson Foods and Shell. And basically Musk is saying, you're all boycotting illegally against me. This is my.
How are they boycotting illegally against you, you fucking freak? Oh, the kids aren't scared of their parents now. They'll just call the cops on them.
Musk claim. It said the lawsuit claims the companies and advertising trade group, World Federation of Advertisers, violated antitrust laws and conspired to collectively withhold billions of dollars in advertising from the platform. I always laugh.
Fuck yourself, Musk. Go get those fucking astronauts you've had up there for fucking 8 months. You fucking loser. Your son did? Why? Sophia, I would have fucking backhanded that motherfucker so fast. Why would he do that? Oh, because it was a Tesla Cybertruck? Still, he shouldn't be doing that. He should have been flipping him off. I should have been flipping the guy off.
When I read this one because it just sounds so ridiculous. You're not advertising on my platform. Platform, you're not giving me money, therefore I sue you. I always make the joke that when is Elon Musk going to sue us for not buying a Tesla? You never know in this day and age. And this is something I just want you to think about. A guy who's supposed to be so rich and so successful, why are you suing people for not using your products? That's crazy.
He's not doing it because he's not rich and successful, buddy. He's doing it because he doesn't want to be confirmed as a Nazi. I wouldn't even know, like, a Tesla Cybertruck, what they look like.
On top of that, Wall Street is trying to dump his debt. So basically, how this thing breaks down, I know it gets complicated, is that Musk had to borrow money to buy Twitter, basically. And now Wall Street is actually going to take a loss on the loans.
Get the fuck out. They're dumping his debt.
And effectively trying to dump that debt. They've also been telling everyone, hey, you should buy this debt because Musk is going to be the leader in AI. I think AI is all a big sham. And on top of that, much of Musk's net worth is based on the price of Tesla stock, which he inflates by making up a bunch of random crap about it and saying how awesome it's going to be. He even made claims, and talking about Tesla stock here, and I mentioned about it when we went over the earnings call, but he made claims that, hey, Tesla stock has a path, Tesla has a path to becoming more valuable than the top 5 companies in the world combined. Which is kind of ridiculous thing. Please watch this video if you haven't already. And you have to understand again.
Force everybody to buy Teslas or something.
His wealth is based on the price of the stock, and then he borrows money against said wealth, which could fluctuate. Now, on top of that, if you don't know, Musk's wealth is actually, and I have it right here, is tied up in the courts. It gets really crazy because the judge ruled against his pay package, basically saying, you had the board in your pocket. When the board made your pay package, they didn't do their fiduciary duty to protect investors, and essentially held up. Now he's suing on that as well. He's got multiple suits. It's hard to keep track of all the lawsuits.
Fuck that motherfucker. Deport him.
Going on. But again, all these things add up and just doesn't behave like the person who is financially secure when you're suing people not to use your platform. That's what he's doing there. Now he's interested in money and the government, right? So he took a bunch of his minions / agents over to, well, he's been at the, if I remember this correctly, the GSA, the OPM.
He locked the government computer system. Are you fucking kidding me? He locked the government computer system. This motherfucker, he's got to go.
So it's like the government systems, the payment systems, the employment systems where you like personal management, these kind of things. And he's essentially having his people try to access these systems. We don't know what kind of security clearances any of these people have. The Senate Finance
No
Committee
security clearance. Unreal.
we're already looking into it. I know it's a lot to go over, but this is essentially what he's doing. And you're probably asking, okay, so why is this guy interested in payment systems now? And this was over at the Treasury. I know it's like 3 different places. Well, he's trying to build his Everything app over at Twitter /X. And if you don't know what an Everything app is, it's basically he wants to have a bank at his Twitter thing, wants to be a payment
this
service.
motherfucker's got to be stopped. They've got to deport him.
Wants to do some crypto over there. He even wants to offer a dating service. That's been reported as well. It's just like everything. Generally, these kind of things are illegal in the USA because it would be a monopoly. But if you buy the presidency, buy the government, you can do whatever you want. I guess that's Elon Musk's plan. It is such a crazy situation that he brings his kid around with him wherever he goes. I personally think it's a human shield. And someone in the comments,
I do too. That kid on his shoulders all the time. I do too. I think like that movie, the Dead Zone. He's using that kid as like a human shield, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. Just my opinion.
had a comment on that also. This was coming from Ancient Sage. They said, do you think he uses the kid as a food taster for like the kings of old? I have no comment on whether or not he uses the kid as a food taster, but I thought it was pretty funny. What I can say, though, is that he actually takes a whole bunch of bodyguards and even into the bathroom. This is something that I just think in Elon Musk's situation, you're making a lot of enemies. People don't want to buy your products, and now you're suing people to buy your products. So that's sort of the situation that he's in. And personally, Frank, I just think this doesn't feel like the behavior of someone who's financially secure. You're pretty insane, if you ask me.
Yeah, I don't
On
think
top
he's
of that,
mentally
it gets
secure.
more crazy, the story. If you remember, Musk and Trump want to deregulate everything, right? It's all about
I don't understand why Musk is having any say whatsoever. I don't understand it. I'm in shock. I don't understand why.
regulations. We want to go back to the Wild West. As it turns out, now the plan is, I guess Wall Street could theoretically move to Texas for real. This is a real headline, just came out today. Texas Stock Exchange startup asks SEC to clear 2026 launch. Yes, we're talking about.
That's disgusting. They're just taking all the money.
The Texas Stock Exchange, I think they're going to call it the Texie, something like that. Basically, they're going to say, oh, this is going to be the anti-woke place. We're going to have all sorts of, anti-woke stuff. We hate the woke stuff. That's kind of what these people talk about. But basically, what it really means is deregulation. We want crypto Ponzi's to run wild. We want crazy pump and dumps on AI or whatever to run wild. Put everything you want on your platform, etc. I'm actually really deeply concerned about this stuff. And I know when a lot of people.
Scott, I mean, he shouldn't be protected by the government or anything. I mean, he's breaking the law. He should be not okay.
Talk about these things like, oh, I hate the government, these kind of things. Well, in fact, this is why you want the government. You don't want these kind of exchanges / stuff where there's no rules. They can just make up whatever they want in their advertising, right? You can't sue them. That's the kind of stuff that they've been proposing, especially like the crypto people. They're like, hey, we want to be able to offer our products and make sure we have protection so no one can sue us. And it's kind of ridiculous because some of these type of people like Elon Musk like to sue everybody. So there's that.
One of those crowns I have here fell. I put some like kind of a cement.
On top of that, if you guys understand like the importance of regulations and sort of why I reject the whole Wild West stuff of the Texas Stock Exchange, I can't believe we're talking about this in 2026, I guess, is like, what about insider trading? Do we want to regulate that kind of stuff or not? I personally do want to regulate insider trading. I think it's a real problem. I also think things like this, which is the headline I just talked about yesterday, but I'll mention again, Trump media grants nominees, Patel, that's the FBI nominee, McMahon, that's the professional wrestler CEO, is now the education nominee, but they, I guess.
The professional wrestler is the educational nominee. Oh my God.
Trump gave them a bunch of stock worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I hope you guys understand the massive conflict of interest and the possible.
That is a conflict of interest. That's disgusting.
Money laundering stuff with this, right? As foreign money can buy the stock, they can pump it up, and then said people who have said stock can sell it, right? That is money laundering 101. I know there's a lot to go over, but it's crazy because this all connects if you see what's going on. Meta is talking about moving to Texas as well, right? So you have Tesla that recently went to Texas. Musk is bragging how awesome Texas is, etc. Now Meta's like dragging his people over there, and the people in the company are like, I don't want to move to Texas. What are you talking about? And there's already been grumbling and rumbling on that. And
then Meta just paying him $25 million too, like for this fucking. This shit is crazy. I don't know. Some lady who probably, I don't even know. Like, what the fuck?
Basically, everyone wants to go out to Texas for the Wild West. They don't want regulations. They don't want any checks and balances. And again, just let companies run wild. In terms of the Facebook one, I was thinking of an example of what would happen if you remove checks and balances from Facebook? Then theoretically, they could take a whole bunch of money from Russia or China during elections, profit a whole bunch of advertising, but obviously that would be damaging to the American public and integrity of our elections. So be aware of that kind of stuff. That's why you move to Texas, because you don't want anyone regulating you. You just want that sweet, sweet cash. Musk also has a battery factory thing in Texas he's building, and he's looking to take your water and your
Hunts for water in drought hit Texas. Holy moly-olies.
power. But this is in multiple places, not just Texas. We talked about another story recently where it was like they were trying to build a data center, and I think it was Memphis, Tennessee, and again, taking your water and your power. I have to go over this stuff all the time because, frankly, a lot of people just get blinded by Musk's wealth, and they say, "Oh, well, he's so rich, he must be so smart and so awesome." But it's way more.
I don't think a lot of people think that. How Maliv.
Complicated than that, right? Because I was talking about before, his wealth is based on the price of stock, which he can artificially pump up, and he also has got this like army of influencers out there that say a bunch of nonsense nonstop and tell you how you're all going to be rich from robots.
But I will tell you one thing: Elon Musk is the greatest person on the planet right now.
Good, go marry him, motherfucker.
Nobody else out there, nobody has made a rocket ship that'll go to Mars.
Fuck off. It exploded, you motherfucker. He's got these 2 astronauts up there. They were supposed to be there for 7 days. They've been there for fucking 8, 9 months now.
Nobody out there has made electrification a reality. You look
Nobody's
at
made electrification a reality. What about fucking Ben Franklin, motherfucker?
that magnificent piece back there.
That is ugly. That's a magnificent piece. You're a magnificent piece of shit.
Like the look of the Cybertruck. Look inside.
But not every CEO is like that. This was a headline today, so I want to give you guys some a little bit more positive news, saying the number of CEOs doubling down on DEI is growing. So basically, it depends how you interpret what DEI means. So the actual words are diversity, equity, and inclusion. And the basic gist of it is that in the past, and you could even argue today, but it's just how hiring is done. People just basically hire their friends. I'll just make it most
That's right. They ain't putting no stop on nepotism. Yeah, exactly. How many starving kids does he have? The ones testing his food to make sure they're not poisoned.
Is possible. People hire their friends, they hire their family, etc. And it makes it very, very difficult if you're not friends or family to get a job. And this is essentially an unfair system. And so how can we make a more fair system where we can like look at everybody and not discriminate against any type of person, right? And it's always going to be hard to have a fair system. I'll just be honest, it's hard to have it. But in my opinion, we should try to go as fair and open to everyone as possible and not have discrimination. In U.S. history, there's a long, long history of discrimination, as you guys know. They used to have a...
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, but white women get discriminated against. They really do. I mean, they do. Women across the board get discriminated against, but seriously.
Situation where people would go to separate bathrooms, and that was legal for a time, or go to separate schools, and that was legal for a time. But we've changed the way the system works.
People should go to separate bathrooms. Let's be for fucking real, okay? Or make 3 bathrooms if you must. I mean, seriously.
That's inherently racist and illegal. Unfortunately, there are people who want to go back to that system where they prefer a racist system, and there's that. And you have to remember, Elon Musk grew up in apartheid South Africa. He was born on the white side. And from Elon Musk's point of view, is like, hey, I picked my parents really well. I was born on the white side, and all you poor black kids, you chose wrongly your parents, and so therefore I worked harder than you. That's how Elon Musk thinks. So I have to mention that kind of stuff because it all ties in if you understand what we're talking about. So for example, remember the Musks, the Trumps, they want to deregulate everything. Trump recently just fired the this is the Consumer Financial Watchdog, right? And basically, this kind of
And I'm telling you, you will definitely see deposits. You will definitely get checks.
I was skeptical in the beginning too, but
agency in the USA. They will do things like protect you from, too high of bank fees. You can put a limit. So for example, let's say you go a limit on your credit card. Should you put the, fee? Can it be $8? Could it be $100? Whatever, right? You can put a cap on that fee. But if you overdraw from your banks, can you put caps on these type of fees? Banks obviously would want to charge you whatever they want to charge you.
See, Biden was trying to put a stop to that. Banks that were charging like $35 if, some of them too were before they would put the oh, thank you, Angel Baby. Before they were you know, putting the deposit in that you made, they take out the checks, you know, that your automated payments or something for something, and before they would put the payment. And then you'd end up with all these $35, $35, $35. And if you're struggling, that'll fucking set you back and really be hard to bounce back from. So Biden was trying to put a stop to that. Here, this guy goes. He just fired the guy who was the consumer financial watchdog because he was pissing off the banks, I guess.
Other issue would be like, for example, what if someone cheats you with account openings? And this has been something that you hear about every now and then, where like if bank employees are incentivized to open a bunch of accounts for people. It's like, hey, you open up whatever credit cards for said people, and for every credit card you open, you get like $100. And then from the employee's point of view, like, oh wow, I can just kind of fudge the numbers a bit, or I can sign up people without their permission, these kind of things. And people do this kind of stuff if you incentivize people to do so. So this is sort of why you want the consumer financial watchdog in place. Now, to the Musk and these kind of people, they hate that stuff. They hate people checking them. They hate people, trying to hold in their feet to the.
Yeah, Elon Musk finally admits that Teslas don't have what it takes for full self-driving. Yeah, there's been some people who died because of their so-called full self-driving. Who the hell wants a car driving for them?
The fire to make sure they tell the truth. This was actually on the last earnings call. I mentioned before, but I'll mention it again. This is the headline here. Elon Musk finally admits that Teslas don't have what it takes for full self-driving. Basically, there's different types of hardware in these cars. They don't have radar/LiDAR in these things, so it'll probably never work. And the thing is, they've always been saying, oh, you have all the proper hardware to be functional with our, full self-driving. They actually had to change the language. Now they call it, I think they call it unsupervised full self-driving or something, or supervised full self-driving. I think it's supervised is what they call it. But it's kind of ridiculous to call it this thing full self-driving when it's in beta for several years. And on top of that, if you have a Tesla with the older hardware, you can take it in to get the upgrade to the new one hardware for.
Why even have a car if you're not going to drive it? You want to just get in the car and just fucking sit there and, yeah, go right ahead. I trust you. Nobody.
Free, but basically that just means that the older hardware doesn't work like we promised before. So there's that. There's a lot of stuff going on with this guy, and on top of that, and I just want to point out how corruption plays a role in your life, because sometimes people just don't realize like how important regulations are. So for example, with Trump, he's got his whole Trump meme coin. You would think that would be regulated, but again, we're in this kind of wild west. Or what about Sam Bankman-Fried, who had this platform called FTX, cheated a whole bunch of people, and now his parents want him to get pardoned. That's the kind of world that we live in. And I want to sort of.
Look at Ross Ulbricht, who got pardoned. Fucking guys fucking selling drugs and shit on the dark web, and pay for hire or murder for hire people.
Give you a preview of where the USA could be going if they go full out oligarch and Musk controls everything. So this was back in 2022, and basically this was in China, and I used to work in China, so I kind of know the environment, and I know how it is where effectively companies have too much power. So in this situation, people were protesting because banks basically froze their bank accounts and ran away with their money. And just think about how crazy that would be if that happened, if you went to the bank and they're like, we don't got your money, you can't access your account. You'd be pretty pissed off. A lot of people were really pissed off in China. And in fact, when you go to protest, they'll send kind of like these secret police kind of people on you. As you can see, the description says plainclothes security personnel scuffle with demonstrators outside the bank. Now, every country has a different history with this kind of stuff. So for example, in Korea, they used to use plainclothes kind of, you can call them mafia, what's the right word to say? Like,
we're right back to that.
$1,500 a month if you also take care of a friend or relative at home? No way, right?
No way.
Secretary of Homeland Security. Secretary Noem, thanks for joining us. How soon will Gitmo be ready?
I can't believe.
Yeah, that's all that you need.
Dressed like this. This fucking dog killing biatch.
To see what is going on in our country. Why is she wearing that? Why is the head of Homeland Security, who's in New York, and is going to have the shallowest cover story for why she needs to be in like Border Patrol tactical gear to do a Fox News interview that I'm sure.
With her fucking long dangly earrings. You fucking dumb bitch. What the hell is wrong with you?
or was the reason she came to New York in the first place and then just decided to link up with ICE for a minute anyway. Why do you need to do that? Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, if she's out there doing the enforcement stuff, then she just didn't want to change, right? I don't know. Like, go to this picture. She apparently addressed some law enforcement. It's a different outfit. It's even a different
fucking tight jeans on, and what is going on here? Next, she'll be wearing a bikini. The fuck?
different hat. So, did you have like a separate costume that you decided to wear when you were on Laura Ingraham? Like, that seems to be what it is. Look, now I understand that this probably seems really shallow and all that, and it is, but I don't think that I'm the problem in that. I do think it's this cosplaying tough guy thing that we see on the right, and it isn't just her. I will remind everyone of one of the most embarrassing things I can remember in politics over the past few years, which is this, when Ted Cruz decided to skulk about in the bushes near the Rio Grande and say that he thought he could hear cartels on the other side.
Get the fuck out. What is wrong with these people?
Of the river or whatever. Man, they love to play dress up and play pretend, and I think it's sad. But Brett, what do you think?
Dude, I would not do that today with the last name Cruz. I also like the vest that says Police Ice because it looks like it just says Police East. Police Ice. I think that's funny. She also looks like Hot Cops. She looks like she's going to start stripping. Okay. Like there's too much. It's like she's got the glam teeth insert, and she looks like it's a costume.
It is a costume. That is all
it's not real. Like, you realize you don't have to wear that. You're doing a thing and it's not working.
Yeah.
That bitch killed a dog. Apparently she couldn't train.
Donald Trump is going to perhaps single-handedly explode the worldwide number of HIV cases thanks to a move he just made. And if you think that I'm being hyperbolic, well, sure, I tend to be, but I think that there's good reason to believe it in this case. So, as part of a larger block on aid to foreign countries, Trump has frozen former President George W. Bush's PEPFAR program. That's the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief. It has been estimated to have saved 25 million lives during the years it's
This motherfucker. He don't care about people in the least. People have got to stop pretending and thinking he cares about them.
run. Which, look, I'm not in the business necessarily of giving George W. Bush credit for a lot of things, but this seems like, you know, when he said he wanted to be a compassionate conservative, he would occasionally...
Angel Baby, can you drop their links? Or whoever wants their links dropped. You drop a link. Please, link dropper. You be my link dropper.
actually try to do something like that. Donald Trump says that he's a Christian or whatever and doesn't do anything to actually make good on that. And so we've got instant chaos as a result of this program being put on hold. Appointments are being canceled. Patients are being turned away from clinics, according to people with knowledge of the situation, who don't feel like they can speak about it publicly, probably for good reason. Many people with HIV are facing abrupt interruptions in their treatment, even if the drugs have already been obtained and are sitting in local clinics. And apparently this did happen very fast. On Monday afternoon, officials worldwide were alerted that PEPFAR's data systems would shut down at 6 p.m. Eastern. That's roughly 3 hours after the email was received. That's the amount of time they had to prep for this.
That's fucking disgusting. Worldwide? What the fuck? This fucking guy.
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
Chicken and rice is the best meal to help you lose weight, keep your hormones balanced, keep your blood.
Donald Trump already deserves to be impeached just for what he's done in the second term. Now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not calling for his impeachment. It would be futile. It would be pointless. It would be a waste of resources because it's not going to happen with Republicans controlling the House and Senate. But Donald Trump's second term is barely a week old, and we are already witnessing actions so egregious and so blatantly unconstitutional that in a sane world, impeachment would not only be justified, it would be the correct.
Why isn't he? I don't understand.
Obvious thing to do. In 7 days, Donald Trump has sort of reignited the same authoritarian impulses that defined the first term, with fewer guardrails and fewer people around him willing to say, hey, this is not a good idea. First, I want to talk a little bit about the purge.
Within hours of taking office, Donald Trump fired every inspector general who dared oversee his administration's spending. He then replaced the attorney general with a hardcore loyalist.
I don't understand why the American people have no say in this. I really don't.
Who once accepted a donation for Trump, and then poof, like a miracle, her interest in investigating Donald Trump's Trump University disappeared. That's Pam Bondi. If that sounds familiar,
There's
this is
Donald
not
Trump University. What the fuck? Who would want a diploma from there?
just about staffing changes. This is a direct assault on accountability, which Donald Trump hates. The Constitution gives Congress oversight authority for a reason. And when a president systematically dismantles checks on his power, that is absolute and total textbook abuse of office, which is a core impeachable offense. We then go to obstruction. When Congress demanded documents related to Donald Trump's sudden withdrawal of NATO funding, which is a move that we all know simply emboldens who, Vladimir Putin, the White House said, we're not going to provide you the documentation. We're not delaying it. We're not going to negotiate with you. We're just not going to do it. As if it were still 2019, except it isn't. Trump knows the playbook, which is you stonewall and you delay and you run out the clock. And when you've got the House and when you've got the Senate, who's going to do a damn thing? This shouldn't be a partisan issue. We should really be thinking about this in terms of Article 2 of the first impeachment against Trump, which was centered on this exact conduct. Doing it again in the second.
I don't even understand why he's back in office, impeached twice. Guess he's just grabbing them all by the pussy.
Term doesn't make it legal. It makes it a pattern. But the other pattern that we're seeing is that Trump ultimately isn't held accountable. You then have Donald Trump's oath of office. In his inaugural address, he pledged to faithfully execute the law. Except late on day 2, early on day 3 of this second term, Donald Trump openly ordered ICE to ignore court-issued deportation stays, saying we're not going to let liberal judges run this country. What we have is a president in Trump who's cherry picking which court orders are we going to follow and which aren't we going to follow. His followers say he's being strong. This is just a direct attack on judicial independence, which is another pillar of our democracy. And when Trump willfully violates his oath,
being strong,
impeachment should be congressional duty. Now, I know some of you are going to say, David, this is just politics. Impeachment is too divisive, to which I say, no, this is really not about policy differences. Policy differences, I understand. Policy differences are, we're not so interested in funding certain welfare programs, or we believe that the top tax rate should be lower, or we want to
really? He had a scam university? What the fuck? This fucking guy. I can't even.
Structure the estate tax in this way. Those are policy differences. This is about weaponizing the DOJ, defying Congress, ignoring courts with no consequences, and that pushes the office of the presidency towards this kind of autocratic, authoritarian fiasco. It's not hyperbole, it's history, it's what the country is sort of built on. So my analysis today, because I know I'm going to get emails, David, you're wasting your time calling for Trump's.
Come on, people shouldn't be saying wasting their time. It's our life. It's our life. It's our future.
Impeachment. I'm not calling for Trump's impeachment. Given the Republican control of the House and Senate, any impeachment effort would fail. It requires this 2/3 Senate majority. It's mathematically impossible in the current political landscape. This is a thought experiment, a reminder to underscore how Donald Trump's actions, if unchecked, mirror the very same abuses of power that we saw in the past. Nixon's Saturday Night Massacre, Erdogan's post-coup purges. It's that type of thing that we're talking.
Are you afraid to say Hitler, buddy?
About, and that's what I'm highlighting. The severity of this. I am not proposing this futile political maneuver of trying to impeach Donald Trump again. If we simply say, what are the constitutional standards, and we apply them to Trump, we expose the double standard in Republican rhetoric. Many lawmakers defended Trump's first impeachment or defended Trump during that impeachment as this is overreach. Now that the offenses are even graver, they don't even want to think about it. They don't even want to talk about it. We have complete
I can't even with this guy.
There are 3 simple changes I tell all of my arthritis patients to make. Number 1, you have to start drinking more.
We're following breaking news from Washington, where as part of President Trump's pushback on diversity and inclusion initiatives, NBC News has learned that the Defense Intelligence Agency has ordered a pause on all events related to MLK Day or Black History Month, which we should note begins tomorrow. Joining us now with more, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, Atlantic staff writer Ashley Parker, and Aaron Haynes, editor-in-chief at the 19th. So, Kelly, this follows a string of anti-DEI initiatives and messaging from the White House. What's this one about?
Well, certainly what we're seeing is that in this particular agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency, there is a memo that has been distributed to staff members.
I don't understand why. What's going on? Where's the protesters?
Making clear that the agency will not support any celebration, commemoration, events associated with Black History Month, Martin Luther King Day, and so forth. Now, Martin Luther King Day is enshrined in federal law as a federal holiday, so it's unclear what that means in terms of how that would be observed. Federal workers do not have to come to work on a federal holiday, to state the obvious. So one of the questions we hope to learn more about is how widespread is this approach? President Trump has been very clear in his public statements and in his use of various instruments with a pen, meaning a memo or an executive order or the various things that we've been seeing him sign since he came into office, very clearly saying that he wants to root out DEI programming and hiring related practices and so forth. And as he has described it, he wants the best.
He did? Did he really make an arthritis commercial?
People, regardless of what they look like or how they speak or how they live. And so is this a broad policy that will affect all parts of the federal government, or was this the interpretation of a given agency to be in alignment with the White House? Part of what this new Trump administration has been trying to do is to get the federal workforce to be in step with President Trump's priorities and his view of how the federal government should operate in a broad array of areas, and included in that is handling matters that deal with diversity, equity, and inclusion programming. And they have rooted out those programs for funding to say those will no longer be funded. But things like Black History Month, which are celebrated in many different contexts in workplace.
This is bullshit. This is not freedom. It's not freedom. That's not freedom. It's not freedom. Just not.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
Am I the only one here tonight? Shaking my head and thinking something ain't right. Is it just me? Am I losing my mind? Am I standing on the edge of the end of time? Am I the only one? Tell me I'm not. Who thinks of taking all the good we got and turning it back? Hell, I'll be damned I think I'm turning into my old man. Am I the only one willing to bleed? Or take a bullet for being free? Screaming, what the hell am I TV for telling me? Yeah, you're telling me that I'm the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. Am I the only one not brainwashed? Making my way through the land of the lost, sees it as it is and worries about his kids as they try to undo all the things he did. Am I the only one who can't take no more screaming? If you don't like it, there's a frickin' door. This ain't the freedom we've been fighting for. It was something more. Yeah, it was something more. Am I the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue? Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. Not the only one. I can't be the only one. Am I the only one who quits singing along every time they play a Springsteen song? Am I the only one sitting here, still holding on, holding back my tears for the ones who paid with the lives they gave? God bless the USA. I'm not the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one.
I get goosebumps too when I hear that song. And you're right, what you just said, Sophia. And the shit is just off the chain. And I think that they are brainwashed to think that they're patriots, but they're not. They're killing us. They're killing us.
New FanDuel customers get $200 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins. Yes! Fan on.
Aaron Lewis, he's from here. That's why I like this song too, because I remember, like when we'd go somewhere with, my mom and stuff when we were little. And, even though you had a good day at the ocean in Connecticut or something, you'd pass that sign saying, "Welcome to Massachusetts," and you're just home. And he's taken everything.
Sit here on the stairs and listen to the nighttime as the daylight fades away. It's such a haunting and familiar tune. When I hear it in the distance, I can say that I'm home in Massachusetts, with my daughters and my wife, they wait for me all alone. But the truth is, it's where I always am, it's where I long to be, because I'm home.
Does it sound okay? Does it sound okay?
The North Shore is where my father lived. I wear my Red Sox hat around the world with pride. But the Berkshires are where my heart is. When I see them in the distance, I could cry, because I'm home in Massachusetts, with my daughters and my wife, they wait for me all alone. But the truth is, it's where I always am, it's where I long to be. Nyla started preschool, and he just turned 2. It's always just the perfect mix of me and you. They keep getting older, time keeps going by. To think about it makes your daddy wanna cry. So I just pass a sign that welcomes me to Worthington, established long before this country came to be. A place that hasn't really changed with time, the way this country that I love it used to be. Because I'm home in Massachusetts, with my daughters and my wife, they wait for me all alone. But the truth is, it's where I always am, it's where I long to be, because I'm home in Massachusetts, where my hero teaches classes every day, and where my friends, they don't treat me different. It's where my family is, it's where I'll always stay, because I'm home.
What is that other song? I hate it when Trump uses it, but what's the name of that song? Oh my God. I can't think.
So we're looking to hire
Yes,
someone
that's
for
the
one
same
job,
singer,
but then
yeah.
have them do 1.5 to 2.5 jobs. I assumed.
beautiful. Our heroes proved
Bye, Angel, baby.
in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, make God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness. And every gain divine. You know, when I was in school, we used to sing something like this. Listen here. Oh, beautiful, far spacious skies, far amber waves of grain, far purple mountain majesties. Over the fruited plain. But now wait a minute. I'm talking about America, sweet America. You know, God done shed his grace on thee. He crowned thy good. Yes, he did. Every brotherhood from sea to shining sea. You know, I wish I had somebody to help me sing this. America, I love you, America. You see, my God, he done shed his grace on thee. You ought to love him for it, because he crowned that good. He told me he would. Every brotherhood from sea to shining sea. I thank you, Lord.
How does home care actually work? Melissa's been caring for her mother at home for 2 years and receives $1,500.
If tomorrow all the things were gone I'd worked for all my life,
They will be.
and I had to start again with just my children and my wife. I thank my lucky stars to be living here today, 'cause the flag still stands for freedom, and they can't take that away. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA. Well, there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right
He
to
kept playing this song and stuff, and really, but man, he don't care about America.
me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Sad what he's doing. He's crushing us. He's crushing us.
Ever feel like a spectator in your own life with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
I think we're all freaking out, huh? Yeah. Except certain people who keep thinking.
Skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
You're right, Keith. We're just going. We're falling apart now.
The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry. I watch them grow. They learn much more than I never knew. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful
I think a lot of people, he just is gonna, convince people that this is what's happening now. We're so vulnerable, and all he's thinking of is money. He's always talking about profit and wealth. We want health. We want to We want a choice. We want to be protected. These people have so much money. There's no way they could relate to the majority of America. There's no way.
Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed tidy and tight. Get auto insurance.
Why there's so many songs about rainbows and what's on the other side? Rainbows are visions, but only illusions, and rainbows have nothing to hide. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it. I know they're wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. Who said that every wish would be heard and answered when wished on the morning star? Somebody thought of that, and someone believed it. Look what it's done so far. What's so amazing that keeps us stargazing? And what do we think we might see? Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. All of us under its spell. We know that it's probably magic. Have you been half asleep? And have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Is this the sweet sound that calls the young sailor? The voice might be one and the same. I've heard it too many times to ignore it. It's something that I'm supposed to be. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. La da da dee da da dee. La da 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 dee da do.
Love what you just saw. Of course you did. Click below to subscribe. And tell Miss Piggy sent you. I get a cut of the action on everyone we sign up. Kissy, kissy. Mwah!
I think they voted. I think they threw away their votes. I'm so glad I lived through good times, though. Young people think that they're lucky because they're younger than us, but I don't think so.
Sing a song, sing out loud, sing out strong, sing of good things, not bad, sing of happy, not sad, sing a song. Make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Just sing a song. Such a great
Sing a song. Let the world sing along. Sing of nothing could be. Sing for you and for me.
Sing a song. Make it simple to last your whole life long. Don't worry that it's not good enough for anyone else to hear. Just sing a song.
Just sing a song.
Just sing a song.
I like that movie now and then.
I start nursing school in September, and before I sent off my
I appreciate guys.
Such a feeling's coming over me. There is wonder in most everything I see. Not a cloud in the sky, got the sun in my eyes, and I won't be surprised if it's a dream. Everything I want the world to be is now coming true, especially for me. And the reason is clear, it's because you are here. You're the nearest thing to heaven that I've seen. I'm on the top of the world looking down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love put me at the top of the world. Your voice is sounding. Something in the wind has learned my name, and it's telling me that things are not the same. In the leaves on the trees and the touch of the breeze, there's a pleasing sense of happiness for me. There is only one wish on my mind. When this day is through, I hope that I will find that tomorrow will be just the same for you you and me. All I need will be mine if you are here. I'm on the top of the world, down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love's put me at the top of the world. I'm on the top of the world, down on creation, and the only explanation I can find is the love that I found ever since you've been around. Your love's put me at the top of the world.
The things you're into are always changing, but what you pay for internet shouldn't. Switch to 5G home internet.
Almost heaven, West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is older than the trees, younger than the mountains, growing like a breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water. Dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrop in my eye. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country road, I hear her voice in the morning hour. She calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. Driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Yesterday, country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads, take me home. Country roads.
New FanDuel customers get $200 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins, which leads to some incredible highlights. I mean, look at it.
Listen, children, to a story that was written long ago about a kingdom on a mountain and the valley folk below. On the mountain was a treasure buried deep beneath the stone, and the valley people swore they'd have it for their very own. Go ahead and get your neighbor Go ahead and cheat your friend. Do it in the name of heaven. Justify it in the end. There won't be any trumpets blowing come the judgment day on the bloody morning of death. One tin soldier rides away. So the people of the valley sent a message up the hill, asking for the buried treasure, tons of gold for which they kill. Came an answer from the kingdom, with our brothers we will share all the secrets of our mountain, all the riches buried there. Now the valley cried with anger, mount your horses, draw your sword, and they killed the mountain people, so they won their just reward. Now they stood beside the treasure on the mountain dark and red, turned the stone and looked beneath it. Peace on earth was all it said. Go ahead and hate your neighbor. Go ahead and cheat a friend. Do it in the name of heaven. You can justify it in the end. There won't be any trumpets blowing come the judgment day on the bloody morning of death. One tin soldier rides away. Go ahead and hate your neighbor. Go ahead and cheat your friend.
It really sounds like real prophetic right now, doesn't it? Like saying, go ahead, hate your neighbor. Go ahead, do this. Go ahead, do that. All about some treasure that they thought was there. And then at the end of it all, it was just peace on earth. Ain't that some shit?
You can justify it in the end. There will be any trumpets blowing come the judgment day on the bloody morning of death. One tin soldier rides away.
It's like so true, like what they're trying to tell people now, ain't it? No,
If you're sharing a hotel room with friends, you're also sharing a bathroom.
That's actually Billy
and
Jack.
a mirror,
That's the theme
a
from
tiny
Billy Jack.
hairdryer.
Yeah, it was from Billy Jack.
I'd like to build the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honey bees and snow white turtle doves. I'd like to teach the world to sing in perfect harmony. I'd like to hold it in my arms and keep it company. I'd like to see the world for once all standing hand in hand and hear them echo through the hills for peace throughout the land. That's the song I hear, the loudest listening today. Oh yeah. I'd like to teach the world to sing the perfect harmony. I'd like to build the world a home and furnish it with love. Grow apple trees and honeybees and snow white turtles dove. That's the song I'd like to teach the world to sing. In perfect harmony, hand in hand, and I'd like to hold it in my arms and keep it company. That's the song I'd like to see the world, and the world still standing hand in hand, and hear them echo through the hills for peace throughout the land. That's the song I'd like to sing it along. Let the world sing today. I'd like to teach the world to sing. If
We had to quote, man, for the future back then, didn't we? And it was going in an okay direction. It really was. And now it's fucking being torn down by some guy who fucking has no thought process. None. Don't care. He just don't care.
Understood a single word he said, but Jeremiah was a bullfrog, was a good friend of mine. I never understood a single word he said, but I helped him a drink his wine. If he always had somebody wine, sing joy to the world. All the boys and girls now, joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea, joy to you and me. If I were the king of the world, tell you what I'd do. Throw away the cars and the bars and the war, make sweet love to you. Sing now, joy to the world. All the boys and girls, joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea, joy to you and me.
This motherfucker was talking about some fish in California. Can't remember. It began with an S, I think. And he was like, who cares about saving this fish? More or less. Drill, baby, drill. You fucking piece of crap shit, motherfucker. This isn't only your world.
You know I love the ladies, love to have my fun. I'm a high-line flyer and a rainbow rider, a straight shooting son of a gun. I said a straight shooting son of a gun. Joy to the world, all the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes and the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the world. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. Joy to the world. All the boys and girls. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me.
Own it. You don't own it, motherfucker. You don't own it. We love our country more than you fucking hate us. How's that sound?
Ever feel like a spectator in your own life with chronic migraine? 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
A long, long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile.
Motherfucker.
And I knew if I had my chance that I could make those people dance, and maybe they'd be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I deliver.
Ate your money, motherfucker.
Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember if I cried when I read about his widowed bride. Something touched me deep inside the day the music.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to make. The day the fucking music died. Bye bye, American Pie. Go fuck yourself. You don't own this country. And you motherfuckers smart enough.
I drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee
Smart
was
enough,
dry.
fuckers. He don't care
And
about
the
you.
old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, "This'll be the day that I die.
No, it won't be.
This'll be the day that I die." Did you write the book of love? And do you have faith in God above? If the Bible tells you so. How do you believe in rock and roll? Can music save your mortal soul? And can you
Prepared to sign off on the American people having to see their vice president swinging from a noose on Capitol Hill? You motherfuckers. You want to support murder? Fuck you.
teach me how to dance real slow? Well,
Faith in God and faith in the people. Because we need warriors. Fuck them. Because fuck them. They don't own us. And that's a fucking fact.
know that you're in love with him, 'cause I saw you dancing.
Okay. I'll die on my feet. I won't live on my knees. And I'll go knowing I tried.
In the gym, you both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was alone.
I kind of started these songs crying, but I'm telling you, I listen more and more to them, and I remember how I grew up, and there was hope for this country, and this motherfucker thinks he's gonna tear it down. Oh, fuck, hell no. Abso-fucking-lutely not. Not on our watch.
A teenage bronc and buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew
Shitting and pissing in the Capitol building and attempted murder of our vice president. You need to take a good fucking look at yourself.
I was out of luck the day the music died. I started singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, "This'll be the day that I die. This'll be the day that I die." Now for 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows fat on a rolling stone. But that's not how it used to be. When the jester sang for the king and queen in a coat he borrowed from James Dean, and a voice that came from you and me. Oh, and while the king was looking down, the jester stole his thorny crown. The courtroom was adjourned. No verdict was returned. And while Lennon read a book of Marx, the quartet practiced in the park, and we sang dirges in the dark. The day the music died, we were singing bye bye time this American pie drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye and singing, this'll be the day that I die.
They think they're patriots, but they haven't fucked with real patriots yet.
It'll be the day that I die. Helter skelter in the summer swelter.
You know how they tried to say, oh, the left is getting weaker, so blah, 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 blah. No, motherfuckers, you are, because you know what you're wearing now? Masks. You know why? Because you don't want to be recognized. Because you know you were prosecuted before, and you can be prosecuted again. You understand? Because fucking people care about their country. And when anybody wants to sit there and try to justify that they were fine with wanting to see Capitol Hill, to me, you know when I got my first thought of Capitol Hill? I'm just a bill sitting here on Capitol Hill. Schoolhouse Rock, motherfucker. I came from a generation of pride. And we're not going to watch this motherfucker tear us down brick by brick. It ain't happening. It ain't happening. And like I said, if I die on my feet trying, it won't be for lack of trying. So don't even think that when you motherfuckers are on Judgment Day and God says, what did you do? What did you fucking do? What did you do? Don't think you can give him some stupid bullshit. Because you can't. You can't. Don't call yourself Christians when you have put America in fucking so much fucking jeopardy and your people next. When is it when you're going to start calling on your fucking neighbors? And if you ever do, man, I hope you rot in hell.
Flew off with a fallout shell, 8 miles high and falling fast. It landed foul on the grass. The players tried for a forward pass with the jester on the sidelines.
The friends who stuck up for, Elon and his Hitler salute. I know you'd be the one to fucking call up and say, she's a Jew. Take her, take her. You showed who you were. You showed who you are. I believe he's the fucking Antichrist, too. And I believe that anybody who signed up for somebody who was sat right there and they wanted to watch that vice president swing from a noose, then you have murderous thoughts in your fucking head, and you are not okay. Fuck. Yeah, thumbs up for that January 6th. Fuck you. You are a problem. You are a problem. You want to hang the vice president because you didn't get your fucking way. Know what you are? Not patriots. Poor losers. And that motherfucker and his friends, they're losers. Because we are the true Americans. We believe in democracy. Suck it if you don't.
Cast. Now the halftime air was sweet perfume while the sergeants played a marching tune. We all got up to dance, but we never got the chance. Cause the players tried to take the field. The marching band refused to yield. Do you recall what was to feel the day the music died? We started singing bye, bye, so American pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. Oh, and there we were all in one place. Generation lost in space, with no time left to start again. So come on, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick. Jack Flash sat on a candlestick, 'cause fire is the devil's only friend.
Teach. Thumbs up and a bunch of motherfuckers that attacked historical black churches in Washington, D.C. on December 12th, 2020. You feeling pretty fucking proud of yourself? Oh, you're not the only one I could point out by name, but I'm start there. Explain that. Motherfucker. You motherfuckers need some help. Kill the vice president. Is that what you're fucking saying? Shit and piss in the Capitol building. You should feel real fucking proud, huh? Yeah, you should.
Oh, and as I watched him on the stage, my hands were clenched in fists of rage. No angel born in hell could break that Satan's spell. And as the flames climbed high into the night, to light the sacrificial rite, I saw Satan laughing with delight today.
Satan laughing with delight. What do you think they're doing, huh? Chief, what do you think you're gonna be to them, huh? How about you, chicken winner? What do you think you're gonna be to them? No BS, what do you think you are to them? Huh? Everything they hate. Everything they hate. Which you would rather fight against what you stand for. You're LGBTQ. Snow, you're LGBTQ. But you wanna fucking vote against yourself. Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? Ain't that some shit? That's some shit.
Music died. We were singing bye bye Miss America. I drove my Chevy to the levee when the levee was dry. And good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die.
Stupid, you can sing with
This will
them.
be the day that I die.
That's scared, you can sing with them.
I met a girl who sang the blues, and I asked her for some happy news, but she just smiled and turned away. I went down to the sacred store where I'd heard the music years before, but the
Historical
man
black
said the
African,
music
black African American, Episcopalian, Methodist, fucking historical black churches. December 12th, 2020. You tell me why you're thumbing that shit up, motherfucker.
Not a word was spoken.
And then you tell your fucking ancestors that immigrated to here. Are you fucking
And the three
feel about
men
it?
I admire most,
You tell
the
them.
Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost, they caught the last train for the coast. The day the music died.
Chicken whenever you want to complain, you
And
can't
they were
afford
singing
this, that, and the other thing.
Bye.
Enjoy. Enjoy the fucking future.
I drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye.
We're fucking avoiding naming these motherfuckers. Name yourselves, fuckers. Scarehead. Oh, there's always a transition of people who work there. Not like this, you fucking fool, or they wouldn't say it was unprecedented. Fucking learn. Don't vote if you don't know you fucking
Them good old boys were drinking whiskey and
time to vote in the side by side with motherfucking uneducated motherfuckers. Oh, my daddy voted Republican, so I will too. Learn! This motherfucker ain't Republican. This motherfucker ain't Democrat. He's a dictator. And I stress dick. That's just my opinion. I'm entitled to it, fucker. But you being entitled to fucking okaying people going.
How much time do you spend writing at work?
Going against
2 hours a day.
your own ancestors? Okaying Hitler salutes? You can go fucking suck it, motherfucker. Cause no, that ain't okay. It's not okay. Not okay. I don't know what generation you grew up in, but it ain't the same one I did. Not the same one I did. You are incorrect. You are fucking incorrect. I didn't grow up in that, and I'm not gonna let this country go like that. I'm not in charge of the whole thing, but together, and united we stand, divided we fall. We may fall united. I don't care if I go down alone. I don't care if I'm that 110 soldier. I don't give a shit. Because I'll take my last breath knowing that I did the right thing. Will you? Will you? Will you? Blame yourselves.
The ink is black, the page is white.
Did you grow up with this teach? I don't think so.
Read and write. A child is black, a child is white. The whole world looks upon the side.
Beautiful side.
Beautiful side. And now a child can understand that this is the law of all the land. The world is black, the world is white. It turns by day, then by night. The child is black, the child is white. Together they grow to see the light.
See the light.
To see the light. Now at last, they see the
LGBTQ people. Then they don't want to fucking fess up that they didn't fucking think about their own best interests and their fellow Americans' best interests and their country's best interests. And they voted for that shit after people shit and pissed all over the Capitol. And we're gonna hang the vice president. And you know they fucking would have. Don't even pretend. Don't even pretend. You look at yourself, point the finger and say, I fucked up, because you did.
The ink is black, the page is white. Together we learn to read and write. The child is black, the child is white. The whole world looks upon the side.
Every day.
A beautiful side. And now a child can understand that this is the law. The world is black, the world is white. Turns by day, then by night. The child is black, the child is white. Together they grow to see the light. To see the light.
You don't make a difference now, I can honestly tell you. God don't like it.
Read about the world is black, the world is white. Turns by day and then by night. The child is black, the child is white. The whole world on the side. A beautiful sight.
You voted to stop Martin Luther King Day, Black History Month, all your culture. You voted to erase it. Fucking think about that. I thought racism was bad before. Point the finger to you now. I'll stop I'll let you participate from some other country. What you doing? Explain it. Fucking explain it. Sucks like fucking fucks, man. In my opinion. Hey, Victor. When I grew up.
This land is your land. This land is my land. California is a New York island. Redwood forest, Gulf Stream water. This land was made for you and me. I saw the in the skyway. I saw below me that golden valley. This land was
No, no. Yeah.
I roamed and rambled and followed my footsteps, sparkling sands of time and desert.
Real baby, yeah.
Voiceless sounding, this land was made for you and me. Stop me.
Big high wall.
Sign was painted, that private property. On the backside, it didn't say nothing. This land was made for you and me. When the sun comes shining, then I was strolling, the wheat fields waving, that's about rolling. Voice was chanting, the pump was lifting. This land is me. This land is your land. This land is my land. California, New York Island, Redwood Forest, country.
Yeah, what do you got? I'm sorry. I feel very strongly about what's going on now, and it saddens me and it maddens me.
Want to hand off your taxes? Get more from your tax expert and spend less.
And the sign says, Lord, these people gotta fly.
That's what they say now.
So I took my little book of money and I waited to ask you why. He said, you look like a man. I said, in your bed, I think you do. So I took out my hand. I said, I'm man in there. Me, it wasn't for you. Oh, sign everywhere. Sign, fucking up the theory, breaking out. Do this, don't do that. Get your wings. Can you stand it? Everybody called trespassing. We'll be shot on sight. So I jumped the fence and I yelled at the house. Hey, what is to the right? Put up the fence to keep me out, or to keep other legs in. If God was here, he'd tell it to your face. Man, the sunshine, the sinner. Side, side, everywhere. Fucking up the scenery, breaking out now. Do this, don't do that, get your wings out.
Oh, they don't even need to be covert anymore. They can just be like, fuck you. Fuck you all. Crazy motherfuckers. You shouldn't use AI.
Says you got to have a membership card to get inside.
And even Social Security that you work for all your life.
Sign says everybody welcome. Come in, kneel down and pray. From the past around the play, and I didn't have a minute to play. I told God to be a minute and a paper, and I made up my own fucking sign. I said, thank you, Lord, for thinking about me. I'm alive and doing fine. Oh, sign, sign, everywhere, sign. Fucking up the scenery, breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that, get your wings sign. Sign, sign, everywhere, sign. Fucking up the scenery, breaking my mind. Do this, don't do that, get your wings sign.
I know what you meant, and I agree, Hank. And they're not even ashamed of it. Because they got hate. They got hate. They ain't gonna be recognized as this way in the sky. Not when you are voting for hanging the vice president and trying to attack people with the American
When I die and the labor to rest, gonna go to the place that's the best. When I lay me down to die, going off to the spirit in the sky.
May as well back that shit in unless you change
Going
your
off to the
ways.
spirit in the sky. It's where I'm gonna go when I die. When I die and the labor to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best.
You got it, but that America wasn't great. Make America great again. It's great. America is great. Vulnerable.
Prepare yourself, you know it's a must. Gotta have a friend in Jesus.
And they don't.
So you know that when you die, I'm gonna recommend you to the spirit in the sky. Recommend you to the spirit in the sky. That's where you're gonna go when you die. When you die and you lay it to rest, you're gonna go to the
place against yourself. Be ashamed. And you're crying because the fucking world is turning and now you're destroyed. Look at yourself. When you're calling in on your neighbor, take that with me. You ain't going here. Disgusting is right. Fox is even getting sick.
Never been a sinner, I never sinned. I got a friend in Jesus. So you know that when I die, it's gonna set me up in the spirit in the sky. Oh, set me up in the spirit in the sky.
They wanted to see our nice
when I die. When I die and the neighbors to rest, I'm gonna go to the place that's the best.
It'll be long before they're selling fucking toilet paper with the Constitution on it. You better fucking just check yourselves. Some people do respect this country. It's a good song. Picking a fight with everywhere, and we're not in NATO anymore. Nobody's coming to our rescue. We have to.
The thing about traveling with your kid.
They need to fucking give people an aptitude test before they fucking vote. That's for sure.
Well, you wake up in the morning, you hear the work bell ring, and I march you to the table.
All fact checked. That motherfucker's a lying bastard and don't care about nobody but himself.
Ain't no food upon the table.
Green supremacists.
There's no
Motherfuckers voted against their own interests. Dummies.
But you better not complain, boy. You get in trouble with the man. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a ever-loving light on me. Yonder come Miss Rosa. How in the world did you know? By the way she wears the apron and the clothes she wore. Umbrella on her shoulder, piece of paper in her hand. She come to see the governor. She want to free her man. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a ever-loving light on me. Absolutely. If you have all you get, son, take all the money. Oh, you better do it right. You don't get 2 bucks. You better not gamble. Yeah, you better not battle. Oh, the sheriff will grab you. You'll fight. And the boys will bring you down. I think I appreciate you. The next thing you know, oh, you're prison bound. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. Let the midnight special shine a light on me. United we stand and divided we will fall. Keep that in mind, because that's a fact. And they think we're getting weak. That's what they said 2 days ago, 3 days ago, while they were marching through DC in their Nazi regalia. Yeah. Yeah.
I used to spend dozens of hours every single week proofreading. I was constantly fixing run-on sentences, unclear syntax.
If you heard, don't want to smile. If it takes just a little while, open your eyes, look at the day. You'll see things in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Why not think about the times to come? And not about the things that you've done. If your life was back to you, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be. It'll be better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. All I want is to see you smile. If it takes just a little while, no, you don't believe that
I haven't seen one of them give me a good reason. What they did. Not one of them. None of one of them. None of one of them. They can't explain why they did what they did. So I'm assuming it's because they like the thought of the vice president swinging from a noose, I guess, from Capitol Hill. I think that's what they're down with. They like to shit and piss in historical buildings. I'm thinking that's what they like or something, I guess. Minute, that's what she must like.
Imagine there's no heaven. She said if you try, no hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today.
Living for today.
Imagine there's no country. It isn't hard to do.
It ain't hard to do anymore, is it?
Nothing to kill or die. And no religion too.
Yeah, imagine it.
Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you will join us.
We hope someday you'll join us.
And the world will be as one.
Love you,
There might be no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, or brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you join us.
We hope someday you'll join us.
And the world will live as one.
Do what's right for your country, for your fellow countrymen.
Now taxes? It's getting the TurboTax app.
Do what's right. I'm going to end this with what the music began with. Because I think it's a real good song.
Am I the only one here tonight? Shaking my head and thinking something ain't right. Is it just me? Am I losing my mind? Am I standing on the edge of the end of time? Am I the only one? Tell me I'm not. Who thinks of taking all the good we got and turning it back? Hell, I'll be damned. I think I'm turning into my old man. Am I the only one willing to bleed? But take a bullet for being free. Screaming, what the hell am I TV? You're telling me, yeah, you're telling me that I'm the only one.
Christians don't go around saying, yeah, kill him, kill him, kill him, hang him, hang him, hang him, right in front of the American. But Christians don't support white supremacist groups. They don't. They don't. Christians don't go around saying, this guy that says he's going to grab people by the pussy, he's great. They don't. They need to stop fooling themselves. They need to check themselves. They need to reset themselves and get better. Stop putting us in fucking jeopardy because of their warped minds.
Willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. Am I the only one not brainwashed? Making my way through the land of the lost, who sees it as it is and worries about his kids as they try to undo all the things he did. Am I the only one who can't take no more screaming? If you don't like it, there's a freaking door. This ain't the freedom we've been fighting for. It was something more. Yeah, it was something more. Am I the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue?
If you didn't like the government before and how things were ran, then you should have got the fuck out instead of destroying this world. Because that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. You have taken away all of our civil liberties. You're wiping your ass with the Constitution, and you're okay with it.
Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone.
Blessings, yeah.
Not the only one.
We can't be the only ones.
I can't be the only one.
Make it right.
Am I the only one who quit singing along every time they play a Springsteen song? Am I the only one sitting here, still holding on, holding back my tears for the ones who paid with the lives they gave? God bless the USA. I'm not the only one willing to fight for my love of the red and white and the blue. Burning on the ground, another statue coming down in a town near you. Watching the threads of old glory come undone. I'm not the only one. I can't be the only one.
It's a fact. United we stand, divided we will fall.
This is our country. This is our lives. It's very important. Use your voice for as long as you can. Because if things keep going the way they do, I have a feeling it won't be long before, fuck, they might even cut our voice boxes out. Who knows how far they'll go. Fight the good fight. United we stand, divided we fall, and peace, love, and tacos for all.